Step right in. Through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern. Bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer. Try under the wings of white.
Hell yeah. Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap that screen, share the live. We're just getting started. And we are here, as we always are, to see if you can question your beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not here to burgle your gods or tear you down. I'm not here to make you look like a fool. Well, you might do that on your own, but I really am here to see if you can question your belief. And if you can, well, then I might have a few questions for you. I do take one guest, well, new guest at a time, but I will bring up other questioners to the panel. The point is not to present our views or compare one side to another. The point is to see if you, whatever it is you believe in, can question that. If you can actually examine it, turn it over, look for errors, flaws, be honest about what you find. Lifestyle CEO says I need to get some sun. Why would you say that? A bit pale. Interesting. I think when you get bones out in the sun, they get paler. I'm not sure that the sun would be beneficial in the way that you think. But we did hit the gift goal during the intro, so I really do have to thank Always Mustard and Hazelnut for helping with that. Appreciate you guys so much. And I think we hit the other gift goal right after that, so thank you to Everlasting Godstopper. Appreciate you, all of you guys, so much. But now I think we're ready. Either if there is a believer with a belief who believes they can believably question that, then go ahead and request up. Otherwise, I'm going to play a couple of songs from the community while I make sure that everything here is totally set up. As I'm seeing one of my devices lag right now. Wow, and we're already up to 17,000 likes. That's really awesome. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you. Saba says, Thrayle, what's your favorite food? What does favorite mean in that aspect? I think that would, for me, change from meal to meal, day to day, maybe even. Favorite. Not sure how one determines a favorite food. It's like favorite colors. Why do I play coy with favorites? It's not about coyness. I mean, there's things I like. But narrowing it down to a single thing, or even a list of 3, seems rather limiting. $20K already, wow. Hell yeah. Appreciate all you guys so much. That's amazing. I think we need a song. I think I know which one, too. How synced to Thrayle is Batcolyte Thrayle? It depends on which screen I'm looking at. Is my voice after my mouth? I have no idea. In one ear it sounds synced. On one screen it looks a little delayed, but I think that's that screen. It's like a moment's delay. Kind of weird. There's the song I was looking for. I should really organize these lists, make it easier to find. But you guys make such great music and so much of it. I'm not complaining. Let's keep tapping the screen and share the live out. I bet here soon we'll have someone along who's curious enough or courageous enough to actually question their beliefs. Unless, oh, do we have someone already? Hello, Julie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm actually an atheist, so make me believe.
That's not quite how it works. I'm not here to make you believe. I'm here to see if you can question that.
Well, no, I'm an atheist. Like, question it. Like, I do believe in karma. Does that make sense?
No, I don't know what you mean by karma.
Karma?
People say it and mean different things. So before we go into karma, why is it well, before I go to the why even, when you say atheism, do you mean that you believe that there are no gods, or that you lack a belief in a god?
I lack in a belief in a God that I've seen. I have not seen. So I guess it's agnostic, right?
I don't know. Do you believe that there is something there that you just haven't identified yet?
I do not believe in anything. I have not seen anything, but I'm not saying that that means there's not something.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen it. I would love to see something out there, but I haven't seen it, so I don't believe in anything.
What do you think you could see that might convince you that a God exists?
I mean, the way the world is really crazy right now, I feel like the only thing that I would see that would make me believe in a higher power is if like I prayed for something and it happened.
So if you prayed for something and it happened, how would you rule out coincidence?
Agreed. I don't know how I would. That's exactly why I'm an agnostic. I haven't seen anything in this world.
So then even praying and praying and receiving your prayer, some answer, that wouldn't convince you then. So
I'm not saying it wouldn't convince me. I just haven't seen anything.
Interesting. So you haven't
Oh,
seen
was that
anything.
Interstellar music?
No. So you haven't seen anything that has convinced you. And my question was what might, and you said an answered prayer. But then when I asked how you would determine that isn't a coincidence, now you're saying it wouldn't convince you. So what might convince you?
That there was a God? A lot of bad things have happened in my life. That wasn't God's fault, anybody's fault. It just is what it is. I have not felt the presence of God, and I'm not saying that there is no God. And I don't know what exactly, like, if there was like a bolt of lightning, like, I can't give you that. I just know that I have not felt the presence of God, so I do not believe in God. Does that make sense?
Yes, you had already said that, which is why I had asked what might convince you. But are you just saying that you don't know what would convince you?
I've never felt any, like, if there was a bolt, if there was I don't know. Like, what would convince you that there was not a God? Like, I have many questions.
I'm sorry, do you think I believe in a God?
Do you believe in God?
What I believe doesn't matter to this exercise, but you seem to be making assumptions.
Okay, well, I do not believe in a God because I have not seen a presence of a
You said this
God.
already. You said it 4 times, which is why I asked what might convince you. So it doesn't seem that you're really here to question your lack of belief. I would wonder, why did you request up, Julie?
Why did you allow me up?
Because you were in the requests, and you hadn't given me a reason not to, but now you have. Thank you. And if anybody out there has a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I am here to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in, be it a God or God's higher power or mermaid, Sasquatch, leprechaun, whatever it is that you believe in. If you believe in something like that and you can question it, well then hit one of those boxes over there, or hit one of the pink and blue people down there, and I bet you they'll help you find your way out. Ghosts? What's a ghost? $30K already. Wow. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. Really appreciate all that. I have a delay on one screen, but I see Dave has joined me. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Dave, are you there? Dave James, did you mean to join? Okay, can't hear you at all. So if you can fix that audio problem, if you meant to be here, go ahead and request back up. Hello, Philly. How are you doing?
Hi, Thrayle. I'm doing fine. How about you?
Doing pretty good. Off to a great start so far, I think.
Awesome.
Well, even if we aren't, I'm in a good mood.
A little facetious tonight.
Well, the great mood part wasn't facetious at all, so. How are you doing this evening?
Pretty good. I was working on some art. Oh, Mika! Blueberry one.
Was there a dispute between blueberries and bananas?
Yesterday there was a blue styrofoam toy airplane and a yellow styrofoam toy plane, and they were having a competition at the playground. Who could go the farthest?
And the blue one won.
Even if banana won, I am in your live, so it has to be blueberry that won.
Now you're making me question whether blueberry really won.
I came here to get questioned or to fight with Duragon or to report the results of the styrofoam airplane.
Well, you've managed the last one. Are you prepared to be questioned?
Yep. What are you going to question me about?
Well, we'll start at the very beginning. It's been a while since I asked it that way, so we'll skip the, is it Saturday? Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not really.
Why not?
Because I have not been given a good reason to believe in one.
What do you think a good reason to believe in a god would be?
Well, I guess a convincing one. I suppose if I could be given a convincing reason to believe in a god and it still not be true. It being true might be a good reason.
How would you know if it was true?
How would I know? I could just be a brain in a vat. I don't think I could ever fully know. I have looked at the trees. I'm sorry, I'm addressing the comments. I will stop looking at the comments.
Oh, I see.
But see, I'm also a moderator here, so I have to look at the comments just in case anything needs to be dealt with appropriately.
I guess that gives you a pass. really quickly, I do need to thank Ketchup, a majestic moose, and holy guacamole. Thank y'all so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. I know we have a request. I don't know if they're really a request. I'm gonna set you down because I think you didn't mean to, but if you did, please request again. We'd be happy to question you. And there you go. Hazel's got you. Now you don't have to read the comments.
Hazel. Okay, I'll stop reading the comments.
So you said that a good reason to believe in a god would be if its stories were true. Right. Or if its book was true.
If a god truly existed, then it would be a good reason to believe in that god. Because I believe that believing true things is good.
And how would you determine what might help compel you to determining that a god truly exists?
I guess the things that I most trust in my experience are things that are in my experience and in the experience of people around me. I guess I would be most convinced by a God that makes itself known consistently, repeatedly to myself and others in verifiable ways.
Can you think of any verifiable way it might make itself known?
I suppose a yeah, it's like I'm trying to come up with if something happened that was out of humanity's recorded experience with the natural world, and as part of it, it communicated that it was God. I suppose that would be a possibility. Something like a booming voice from the sky. I am God and I'm gonna turn the oceans purple.
Could there not be other explanations for occurrences
There
like
absolutely could be.
that? Do you think there's anything that could occur that couldn't have an alternate explanation but God?
No, I don't. But I'm the one that will regress into near solipsism, so that might be a better question for someone. The way he moves the skeleton, oh my gosh. I can't
did I
say
do?
with 100% certainty that I exist, as I understand myself.
Do you think if a God existed and wanted you to know it, that you would?
If a God existed and wanted me to know that that God existed, would I know that the God existed?
Do you think there's any way that it could fail for you to
Uh,
know that it's, if
well,
that is
that
its goal?
that depends on um, the way we're defining God. Like if we're thinking about an all-powerful being, creator being, I do think that that God would make themselves known if that was their primary desire. But I've played around with the idea even before I started seriously deconstructing, that there was a creator God, powerful beyond any other being, who, for some reason or other, didn't have the same power anymore to be able to communicate. Thank you all for the gifts. I usually do it more what's the word? I don't know. Surreptitiously, I thank you for the comments. But I'm not looking at the comments right now, so I can't because I'm being questioned. Thank you.
You had said you toyed around with the idea of a God that would not be all-knowing or all-powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think something
Actually,
like...
for a really long time, even as a faithful Christian, I did not think that God could be all-knowing because of the way God revealed himself to be in the scriptures.
Do you think it's possible that an all-knowing God does exist?
Mm-hmm.
Could it have all the classic Omni features and still
I
be?
don't think so.
Which ones would not work?
I guess if a God is all-powerful, it could not also be all good. If a God was all good, I don't see how it could be all-powerful. And I kind of see, omniscient and now I've forgotten it. Omnipresent as under the umbrella of all-powerful.
I see. But for you, none of them are singularly impossible, just incompatible with each other.
Do I think there is an all-powerful God who could be not all good? Yes. Do I think there could be an omnipresent God who is perhaps not all-powerful or not all good? Yes. Do I think there could be a all-knowing God, omniscient God who is not all good? Yes. Do I think there could be an all-good God, omnibenevolent, who is not? Yeah. Any of them are possible.
Hazel asks a good question, but I'm going to ask it a little different. What would make anything a god?
What would make anything a god? I mean, language is moldable, but a working definition for me at this stage would probably be a being unknown to myself that is greater or bigger or more powerful or has characteristics that I can't even comprehend, with some sort of there's some power there that either is in the now or in the past. There's certainly this idea of eternal, but it's like I've played around with lots of different conceptions of who and what a god could be. I relate to atheists.
Is being necessary for something to be a god?
Could a non-being be a god? It doesn't fit into my conception of a god, but sure.
What is a being?
Like a something with a consciousness or a corporeal body, something that is living in some sense.
So a conscious, corporeal, living thing
is a being.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it has to be, like, I can imagine a being without a corporeal body. But corporeal bodies typically are beings.
You might be being given a reprieve.
Oh, good. I'm just thinking this has got to be boring for the audience.
Alright, guys.
Hello, US.
Can you see my camera?
No, and we'd prefer that you turn it off. So
why?
Do not turn it on again. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Alright. Oh, nigga. Well, I'm 17. I was just gonna ask. Can white people say nigga? No, can white people say nigga? Say my question.
And never fucking come back again. That was disgusting. if people have the inclination to do something about that, do it from their profile, not from the live. But, don't do that again. I hope that you never appear on another TikTok live again. That was, it was gross.
I peeked at the comments while I wasn't being questioned.
Allowable. So much for your reprieve. Back to beinghood.
What? Okay. I don't know. What is there to question?
I don't know. What? I guess really just what it is that you would qualify as a god. What could appear to you and then be disqualified from being a god?
Like if a unicorn showed up in my house and said, I am God, I came into being 1 moment ago and will poof out of existence 1 moment from now, but I am God, I would say, okay, that's crazy, or that's wild, but thanks for coming to my house. And I would say, the unicorn claimed they were God, but I don't know, that doesn't fit into my conception of God.
Sorry for calling you guys apologists earlier.
What?
So that's all I came up here to say.
That's all you came up here to say.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I'll hang out with you guys, I guess. You weren't being an apologist, Thrayle. You weren't on my shit list, but I called the rest of you apologists earlier.
If you called me an apologist earlier, I totally missed it.
I said, and I quote, I don't know when all of you became apologists, but...
Well, I've always been an apologist because that passage, I don't have to get into it on this live.
No, but here's the thing about apologetics. It's like, it's in the name. I understand what you're saying, and I hear you. I do.
I'm not apologizing, but I understand that what I was doing fits under the label of apologetics.
And I get that. I hear you. But then I did feel kind of bad for saying, because I was like directed at you, Everlasting, and Jake. I was like, I don't know when you all became apologists, but...
It's interesting because there were actually different takes in every direction.
Yeah, they were different apologetics. It was very interesting.
Do you think that I'm trying to
defend? That's what apologism
I don't think.
is, right?
I'm trying to think of the word.
I don't think that you were trying to be an apologist or defend something. I think that you see this interpretation and you accept that as the interpretation because you don't have the same issues that I do with the things that we talked about. Like, there were several points you made that were valid points that I then I said, but here's the thing, that I have an issue with that bigger overarching thing.
Oh, and I totally agree with you that the bigger overarching thing of, what was it? Was it bad communication or?
I mean, there were several things during that conversation that I was like, okay, but I have
bad communication. There were a whole lot of reasons why there might be problems.
I don't agree with like the whole taking back the word thing. Like I don't I'm pretty against that, so I see where you're coming from, but I still
even the word. I don't need to get into this here. Okay, no. Let me just say like 2 sentences, or no, I won't say anything. Thrayle said
you can say something.
Thrayle.
Say it.
I think that it does the goal of having critical thinking occur a disservice when that is the passage that atheists pick to dissect with a believer. Because I think that most atheists are not knowledgeable enough, nor are they willing to
to understand it from the perspective of a believer.
Yes, right. To take perspective.
I'm willing to hear the apologetic and actually think about it.
And I think that all it does for a theist who is educated around the issues at play is make the atheist look like the one who is unable to critically think and entrench the theist further into a belief system, rather than choosing talking points that would make it a little bit easier for critical thinking to take place.
I think that is a valid criticism.
Thank you.
I absolutely think it's a valid criticism.
I have been called terrible names because of that take.
Yes, you have.
No, I think that's a really valid take.
New guest.
Always appreciated the nuance of that take. But we have a new guest. Hello, Vincenzo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, so you're not going to answer me?
Hold up. What?
Goodbye. Yeah. We asked your age. I think after the previous guest, I'm not going to chance it. You're welcome to try again, but if you can't provide your age when asked, then you can't be on a TikTok live. Oops.
Can I say, Philly, that I appreciate the nuance of that take, and I hear what you're saying, and I still think there's a lot of valid points to be made from that. Like I still see the value in using that, but I will use it differently now after having that conversation with you.
Mm-hmm. What has changed?
So the understanding of the nuance of the language like being used, right? Like okay, I can grant you the like confusing and flowery poetic use of the language, right? We can grant that. I still think that there is a point to be made there for using the language at all. And that point is the same reason we don't say that other word, right? We don't say that other word at all.
Right. I've been racking my brain. I wasn't expecting to discuss that particular passage today, but I've been racking my brain to come up with an example that would fit better.
And I yeah, and maybe there is one, and I do get what you're saying, and I get the like, I don't think it is acceptable to use like derogatory or diminutive language even as a like teaching moment, right? Like it's still
okay. When you think about I'm not going to use that one. Nope.
Words are hard. I knew I would find you here.
You knew you'd find who here?
Me?
Well, yeah, Philly. Mm-hmm.
Be me.
I knew she'd be here, and I was feeling bad about calling her an apologist. I don't really care about calling Jake or everlasting apologists. Like, they'll be fine. But I did feel bad about saying it to you.
Oh, because I'm too fragile.
I don't think you're fragile.
I don't think you're fragile either, but I still was like, that was kind of a not nice thing to say, and Philly wouldn't like it.
Mm-hmm. I think you said it in a lighthearted way.
No, I was kind of mad.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I was kind of,
Yeah.
I was emotionally riled up too, and I was working very hard to only speak when I was calm enough to speak.
I had been holding it back for several minutes, and then like somebody else made some other point, and I was like, I don't know what all of a sudden has changed. Now you're all apologists. Oh yeah, I was kind of mad. Because I was like, yeah, the apologetics are fine. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't make it not a problem.
Oh, I agree. People will use it in very problematic ways.
We got Dave again, but he's got a lot of background noise, so we're going to mute him for a second. If he comes off mute without muting his background noise, then I'll get booted. But Dave, I would like your age for TikTok TOS if you meant to be here. You got a moment to mute your background noise and come back and tell me your age. Cool, so you decided not to listen, and if you do that again, I'll just not bring you up at all. But you're welcome to try again if you're capable of following basic instructions.
No, we can't do that. We don't listen.
It's pretty easy.
Yes, Hazel, you listen. You're doing great.
Hazel does listen. It doesn't sound good when I reaffirm that.
Doesn't sound good when you what?
When I reaffirm that Hazel listens.
No, don't. No more of that. No, we can't be doing any more of that.
But if you're listening right now and you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and hit one of those boxes. We're not here to debate you or argue. We really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hazel says, Grandpa, it's fine.
Uh-oh. I was just about to let someone up, and then they told me to.
Thrayle doesn't listen.
Definitely not to entitled guests. Entitled, demanding.
That's a little better.
The skeleton is growing on me.
I mean, you have one growing in you.
Shut up.
I once had a mini skeleton growing.
Wow, you got yourself blocked. Good job. You'll never be able to join us again. Fuck off.
The whisper.
There's a smile behind that fuck off, too.
It didn't sound super angry. It sounded like a smile. Oh my goodness. It's been a fun night.
Oh, no. Okay, last night was really fun. Because the decorum was a little loosey-goosey.
I don't know what you mean.
I heard. I heard.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Decorum. We had decorum.
We did, kind of. I mean, okay. by the last guest that I was there for, I was so tired and grouchy, and you weren't. And I knew that you weren't gonna say anything about the way I talked to him, so I just said whatever I wanted to say, whatever came to mind. He was awful, though.
Are you celebrating today?
Celebrating? I mean, I'm in a really good mood.
Oh my gosh, Thrayle. Blake says that we were punchy.
Did you mean to join? I don't know if you meant to join. I don't think you did. Nope. No worries. You're always welcome to try again. But it's good to see you.
50,000 likes, that's crazy.
Hell yeah. Wait, you sound disappointed.
No, I'm not disappointed. Mika wants to know how long it took you to make your coffee.
Oh, today? I did it really quickly. I mean, I was sipping on coffee when I was on Everlasting's panel. I was almost entirely ready an hour early, so...
And then you came up to play with us for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a rare thing, but I had extra time. Which means I probably forgot to do something very important.
Did the dog go for a walk?
Yes.
The amount of time between me asking the question and you answering it.
Did. He definitely did. I might already need another cup of coffee.
Is it iced blueberry coffee?
Oh, yes it is.
So it's for the right styrofoam airplane team.
Yes, the one that wins.
I love this. This is class.
Hello, Llewellyn. I didn't understand what you just said, but I need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 36, and I'm Irish. That's why you didn't understand me. I'm Irish.
Well, no, I just really didn't hear you. You spoke as you loaded in. But do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I don't believe in anything. I was raised Irish Catholic, and my belief system is that I believe we are all part of one global, universal consciousness.
What does that mean? Universal consciousness?
I don't know what's going to happen when I die. I just know I'm going to be absorbed into something that is bigger and vaster. It's not going to be heaven. It's not going to be hell. It's going to be a vast expansion.
Sorry, you say it's a knowing. You know that you're going to be absorbed. How do you know that? And what is the you that gets absorbed?
I don't know if it's is it your consciousness or I don't know if it's a soul. I don't think it's a soul. I think it's just your consciousness. I think it's just yourself, but yourself melts away and you dissolve into the cosmos of the being.
Sorry, what is consciousness?
Exactly.
Well, that was the question I asked. What you're saying, it's your consciousness that gets absorbed. So what is this consciousness?
I don't know. I suppose some people might call it a soul. I call it a consciousness.
By saying soul, I'm not sure that you're clarifying any more. Is there any other way you can describe what it is you're calling consciousness?
Okay. I really wanted to come on. I was just thinking like having to come on and say that as a fact, but then I wanted to tell a ghost story about the Fae. But
okay, so I'm sorry. You said you're just going to come up and say that as a fact, and then tell us a ghost story.
Yeah.
So you're not here to question your beliefs in any way whatsoever.
No, I am.
You're just saying
if you want
things
to hear my
as a
ghost story with the
fact.
Fae.
I don't want to hear the ghost story if you're not willing to question your beliefs.
The man dressed as a skeleton doesn't want to hear my ghost story.
If you're not capable of questioning your beliefs, then you're kind of just disrespecting my
So
panel.
my beliefs is that I will be absorbed in vast.
Yeah, we already established that, and I was asking you what consciousness is.
And I don't know.
Great. So I don't know is a wonderful answer, and I appreciate that answer. But if you don't know what consciousness is, then why would you assume that there is a universal one for yours to be absorbed into?
I don't think so. I just think that everything gets absorbed into this conscious universal power.
I have no further questions.
Is that
go
wrong?
Make coffee.
Did I make the wrong? Did I do the wrong question? Does anyone want to hear my ghost story?
Does anybody have any questions for this guest?
Here now. Come on. What's the crack? Let's do it.
How many drinks have you had?
Dates. Me. Or him. Skeletor over there.
The question was directed at you, Llewellyn.
Llewellyn. I'm married. Can you believe that? I got...
What?
I haven't even made it to the fridge to get my coffee yet. Boring.
Hi, Bats. Hi, Blake.
Hello.
What's that?
Blake heard the word consciousness and appeared.
Blake, what is a being?
Oh wait, did you say a bean or a being?
Being. 2 syllables.
I don't know. I guess it depends on the context. Like, do you mean like a living creature or like a fantastical being?
Thrayle was asking me to define being. Entity? Was it being or entity, Thrayle? I don't know. One of those. And I was doing my best, but
it was being.
I'm sure that you would define being better than I did.
Yeah, I think I would say like a conscious entity.
Conscious entity. Yeah, that's a much more succinct definition than I gave.
And by conscious, I mean a like cognitive system that is complex enough to be self-aware.
Could a person in a coma be a being?
Depends if they wake back up or not.
So if they stay there in sleep mode, so to speak, they're no longer a being?
Well, in that case, I would still consider them a being. If they, like, I would try and treat anybody that is in an altered state of consciousness as if there is a possibility that they will come out of that altered state of consciousness. And even if they're not a being at that point, they're a like human remains that should also be treated with due respect.
That's an interesting belief. I wouldn't say I agree, but it's an interesting perspective. Hello, Librarian Dragon.
Hey,
Hello.
can we get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Oh, 37. Sorry about my voice.
Hello.
You don't have to apologize. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I used to. I mostly came up because I like the question. The question about consciousness has always been one that's been bothering me. Mostly because it leads into the question of personhood, and personhood has been like the barrier for like legal laws and stuff regarding like rights and stuff like that, like who is considered a person and therefore
It sounds like
rights.
it's going to start a whole discussion that's entirely off topic from the live.
Oh, yeah.
My question was, do you have a belief in a god or gods? You said no.
No, I used to. I actually like deconstructed from religion, and I feel like I'm always deconstructing though, because I find myself still like falling into old patterns. Just another weird thing, like grow up in a religion, you deconstruct from it, and you still say, oh my god, like that's still like embedded as a knee-jerk reaction to things, you know?
Like idioms and colloquialisms.
Mm-hmm.
So, besides that, why is it you don't believe in a god?
Oh, let's see. Mostly, there's nothing I could find that proved there's a god. And staying within the religion wasn't doing anything beneficial for my life or for those around me. I found more, I guess I can say like fulfillment within like education and the sciences, especially data science. Fascinating stuff there. Plus,
So
like...
you haven't seen anything to convince you or compel you to believe?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think might convince or compel you to believe in a god?
If several events, or like if one major event that can be like, how do I put it? Sorry, I'm also on cold medicine. If it can be verified by multiple sources and documented, and several sources from several different countries that have no reason to agree with one another, all agree that this event happened and can be observed, then I might say that a being of some sort exists. Basically, if it can't follow the scientific method, I'm like, nah. No. Do not trust. Plus, my job is, teaching students to verify everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's kind of like an uphill struggle where I'm just like, you have to verify. Don't just trust the first, like, .com source or Wikipedia source.
Mm-hmm.
Which does lead into one problem,
stop
though.
for a moment, please.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why you're... So you don't know what would convince you unless it's something that was agreed upon by multiple governments and repeatedly tested through science. And then you might be convinced that a god exists.
Mm-hmm.
So if such an event occurred, would you worship a god just by nature of it existing?
No, I would need to know more about it. Like, what is...
What do you think might compel you to worship a god? What sort of attributes or qualities would you look for?
It would have to be kind. It would have to benefit life on our planet. Like, not just the creation of life, but like the quality of life. Somewhere between a genie, I guess, and like, I don't know, Jesus.
Would it need to interact with you personally?
I'd like it if it did. Like, it'd be like interacting with everybody. Maybe have even a call number or a hotline people can call. Be like, hey, need help here. SOS. And then boom, they get help.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
Personally, no. It doesn't really matter to me if a god exists or not. It used to. I remember what it felt like to be a believer, and there's like this weird sense of peace now that I let that go. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I had this fear growing up of guilt and always being watched 24/7, and then all of a sudden that fear vanished. If that made any sense.
You said you were a believer. Oh, actually, I think Philly's about to ask a similar question. Go for it.
No, I was just affirming that that made sense.
You said you were a believer at one point. Do you remember what it was that made you stop?
I started studying the Bible really closely. It began with questioning why in the world. It was the story of Lot and his daughters in the cave. The time his daughters got him drunk. And that story bothered me. And I was young, very young. I was like I was still middle school, and I was going through the Bible, trying to read the whole thing, being a good little Catholic. And I go to my priest and I asked him, why did God allow this to happen? And he just said, it is not for us to know. And I'm like, but why did he put it in the book then? And it's like, it's just one of those mysteries. And that bothered me so much because my question wasn't being treated as valid. And so I would go to I went all around my diocese asking nuns, priests, everybody, and they would just kind of brush me aside. And it wasn't until I was much older that it was just kind of I found out that story was implanted for political reasons into that part of the Bible. And there's a lot of weird edits that, like, the more I studied what went into creating this thing that I was taught was holy and sacred, suddenly became just another man-made object, filled with all of our weird man-made problems. It made me very disillusioned really quickly.
So, it sounds like that's what made you stop believing the book, did that instantly disillusion you from a God existing at all?
That one took longer. I ended up, like, leaving Christianity, dabbling in, like, spirituality. Kind of like, how the previous guest was mentioning the consciousness. I started studying, like, things about Buddhism, Hinduism, chakras, dabbled in crystals, and which became a fun hobby, but the more I read, the more it seemed like the books were kind of like just guides, and the feeling, or like, I guess the, how do I put it? Like the proof that there was something there, never connected. It felt like I was just doing rituals just to do a ritual, you know? Hey, sorry, somebody posted something in the chat that's funny. It's spirituality's sampler platter.
You say after you stop believing in religion, that feeling of being watched and everything that you get from believing in a God was gone. Was it entirely gone? Was it like right away, snap the fingers, it was gone? Or did you struggle for a while with there being a possibility of a God?
Whenever something scary happens, it's like a weird knee-jerk reaction. Like, I still end up, like, if it's embarrassing to me when I think about it, but I'm like, if I'm on an airplane and there's a lot of turbulence, I knee-jerk just start praying. And then I realize, no, there's no God. The only thing keeping this plane working is the engineers and making sure the flight attendants and the pilot. Can't pray directly to a pilot. He's busy making sure the plane's, like, flying, but I always feel silly afterwards, but that knee-jerk reaction's still there, and I think that's just from being indoctrinated so young. You know, you're raised under the church and, like, told to do this thing. I do... Oh, sorry.
No, you're right. I was just going to ask, how certain are you that there isn't a God? Like, if you had to put a percentage on it, would you say 50-50, more or less, or closer to 90%, or 100% sure there is no God?
That also kind of depends on the day, but I would say more like 50-50. I guess that technically makes me more agnostic, but it's the existence of one or the lack of one doesn't seem to have an impact on my day-to-day life. It does make for fun art, really cool music.
If you came across some evidence that, maybe not for everybody, but for you at least, proved that there was something out there, something bigger than us, that maybe controlled our universe, would it change how you lived your life?
That would depend, on I guess the relationship I would have with that entity or being. If, say for example, if that being was, I don't know, this is gonna sound weird, but the post office, or the postal person, they make sure that I get my mail. as much as I can, I try to support the post office because they support me. And if there's a relationship there, it might be a kind of a distant one because it's my taxes paying for it, but that relationship exists. And if that relationship did not exist, if I suddenly stopped paying my taxes, or in some cases, some people stop paying their taxes for, like, public libraries, just plugging in there, but, then I wouldn't have access to those resources. So, I assume if a being like that exists, they'd be like, hey, you have no relationship to me. I don't deal with you. And I'm like, okay, fine. Goodbye. But also, if I wanted a relationship with you, go like, hey, my name's Rose. You are a giant being of cosmic awesome sauce. That's cool. Can you tell me more scientific facts, and why in the world don't we know more about the oceans? Those are terrifying depths, and I want to know about them. That would probably be... I would ask God about the oceans if he existed, or they exist. But, I can't think of... I mean, unless they could... I don't know... make my life significantly better, I don't think there'd be anything I'd want from a deity. Actually, that's one question I want to ask you guys. Do you think having a belief system is the same as having a moral compass?
I don't think that we're here to answer questions, but I think that that question kind of is answered in itself. I mean, if you're making a distinction between two things.
Yeah. Sorry if I wasn't sure, because, like, I asked them.
Yeah, we're here to see if you can question your beliefs. That is the topic. And I appreciate that you've answered the question so far. But I don't know that we have any more questions for... does anybody else have a question for Librarian?
I don't have a question, but I do want to thank Librarian for being open and direct with their answers. It's very appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Appreciate you so much. I hope that you find answers to your questions and you keep asking them. Oh, go ahead, Philly. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this time. Just wanted to say that it was good to see you again, and I really admire the story you gave about going around your diocese to ask your questions when you were just in junior high.
Yeah, that was very years ago. So thank you. I'll drop down though, but thank you guys for this live. It always gets me thinking more.
I'm glad we can do that. Thank you, Librarian, for answering the questions. I hope you keep asking questions. And that question you asked, I kind of feel bad dodging it, but I am going to. I hope that you keep asking it. I wonder where that question will take you.
Yeah, it's one that's been on my mind. Well, bye-bye.
I appreciate you. Big W's to Librarian. I had another request here, but well... Alright, let's see. Let's see how this one goes. They're often problematic. Oh, never mind, they dropped out of the queue. It was hazelnut. We know how problematic that is.
Such a problematic person.
Are we all settled in with the iced coffee now, Thrayle?
Say that again.
Are we all settled in with the iced coffee now?
Oh yeah, I've got plenty more now.
Oh, it's wonderful. It was just wonderful. We've got over 60,000 taps and 57 shares and 54 people in here. Surely with all these people and taps and shares, there must be someone in the comments who has a belief in God's higher powers or entities of some kind.
Well, there are a couple in queue. Let's see.
Oh, hey guys.
Hello, Rob. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in the God, Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, I know the Bible, yeah.
Have you read it from beginning to end?
Yeah, I know the Bible.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Just my belief. I know
How
some people
drunk are
believe.
you?
No, I'm not drunk at all.
Oh. So when I asked, have you read the Bible from beginning to end, and you said, I know the Bible, is that answering my question?
Yes, I read it from beginning to end. Yeah.
Excellent. And do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So even the 6-day creation, that story is true and literal?
That God created the earth in 6 days?
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
And you believe that is true and literal?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that to be literal?
That he created the earth in 6 days? Who do you believe created the earth?
Is that really how you're answering my question?
Well, I
asked
wouldn't know how
why
to
you
answer
believe
your
it to be
question.
true and literal, and you said, who do I believe created?
I wouldn't know how to answer your question though.
So then
It's
say you
like
don't know.
it's like if I ask you who created rocks, I would say God created rocks.
Why would you ask who created rocks? Why would you assume
if somebody asked me
deity?
that? If somebody asked me that.
Right, but I didn't ask you that. I asked you why you believe the first chapter
Because
of the
I
Bible
believe
to be true.
because I believe in God. Do you not believe in God? Or?
And you're not drunk at all.
No, I'm not drunk.
You sound very drunk. Does anyone have any
Me too.
questions for this guest?
Yeah, anybody have any questions? Any skeptics?
Why do you believe in God?
Why do I believe in God? That's a good one. Well, because I believe that he created me and he created the earth.
Why?
So my father is God because he created me and he created you. But you have a choice.
Rob,
Not
stop
everybody-
preaching.
I'm
Rob,
not-
shut
I'm
the
not.
fuck
Okay.
up.
Okay.
Nobody's asking you to preach at them.
Well, you're
You
asking me
sound
questions
so
about
fucking
my
drunk.
belief.
You're lying to us. I'm done with that. I'm done with liars. That's disgusting.
Boo, put the dog on. We want to talk to the dog.
There's something like really just disturbing when someone lies to your face like that. Slurred speech, incoherent, and you're saying you're not drunk? You sound like you're fucking drunk. Yeah, bye, Rob. You'll never find this live as you scroll through again, because you can't behave, and you're dishonest. Sad, sad. One day I'll accidentally delete the block list, and maybe he'll find his way back.
If you accidentally delete the block list, that will be a very interesting day.
I will sound the alarm, and all the bots will run. I'll need happens.
Is that when we play the bat signal?
I've never seen a way to accidentally do it, so hopefully.
Oh dear, the problematic person has arrived.
Yes, I'm here to cause problems, apparently.
Oh, troublemaker.
Hazel, are you here to be questioned?
I mean, always, but I think it'll be boring all the time now. Thank you very much.
Why would it be boring?
Because all my woo is in a shed, and all my woo has an explanation, unfortunately. Even though I don't want it to. I like woo.
I feel that.
All the woo is gone.
I didn't want the woo to go. The woo left me. I didn't leave the woo.
I did not leave the woo. The woo is in the woo. Woo is woo.
You said the woo is in the shed. Do you think I took your woo?
I think many of the people in the community took my woo. You can't take full credit this time, sorry.
That's good. I don't want credit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all go in like Caesar assassination style so that you can't legally pin it on any of us individually.
Oh my god. I don't know. Yeah.
Etouffee.
You probably got rid of my ghosts and the gods. That's probably the credit that you are owed. I don't know. I still kind of believe in ghosts, but every time I point it out, you're like, that's another electrical issue. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. Maybe I don't understand electricity.
Would you say that your woo is equally gone on some days than others?
No. Probably not. Probably.
Good question.
Yeah. It weighs heavier on some days than on others, where I'm more staunch in my anti-woo. I like the woo sometimes.
Do you think sometimes you like the woo to be true?
Yes, for sure. Well, I like to pretend that it's true, maybe. I don't know if I ever think that it's actually true anymore. I don't know if I ever actually thought it was true, or I was just trying to convince myself it was true, rather than take accountability for things.
If there's one thing like that you might consider woo that you could choose to be true, which would it be?
I could choose one woo thing to be true. It would probably be that manifestation actually existed and we could actually control like the shit that we go through. Because then I feel like people would, not be as tortured by suffering in existence.
Well, if a good person can manifest, couldn't also a bad person manifest? And there'd be like a sort of a fight between good people manifesting bad things?
Probably, and there would probably be a balance. In my old wooiness, my concept would be that there would be a balance, and it would somehow even out. But that's probably where the wooey god comes in to decide that I don't necessarily understand or believe in.
So if there'd be a balance, how would there being any woo change anything? Because woo wouldn't maybe necessarily make anything better. It would just make it more intense, would it not?
I think it'd make it more intentional in my perspective. If woo was measurable, maybe, and by measurable I mean like manifestation. If we could hold each other accountable for our intentions, that would be hard to do, but also maybe beneficial. I don't know.
Bats has me imagining manifestation wizard wars.
I think that's more fun. Isn't I also
But
think it was
what about the bystanders? Wouldn't we have noticed?
no, obviously with magic. I still think ghosts are kind of real, but that's just because if it's not electrical issues, it's probably delusions, and then I know that isn't questionable. Unfortunately, like it's not questionable, but it's just not.
How would a ghost exist in reality?
How would a ghost exist in reality? With I don't know if it would. I think ghost would be a overarching category for different beings that we don't see. I don't know if ghost is an encompassing term. I think ghost is like humans that died, which I don't think that exists.
What about spirits?
I don't know. I don't know if spirits are necessarily different. You think if beings are, I don't know. I'd be talking out my butt if I just made things up. But why would I do that? I just know the things that I've seen, and I don't think they are human, and I don't think they are non-existent. Philly, do you believe in mermaids yet? Like, actually?
Do you have to believe in something to be that thing?
Yes.
I mean, only if you're going to self-identify.
I love her so much.
W's for Philly.
But Bats, I always think the answers are always going to change. Like, the answers for me is always going to change based on my brain.
Yeah, I struggle with that because I want it to be a firm, concrete decision, but it does change for me also.
Which do you hope that it lands on?
Staunch hard rock atheism.
Why? How could you be so sure in any direction?
I don't know if I ever could be, but I'd like to be sure to get rid of the doubt.
Why get rid of doubt? Doubt isn't fun.
Not all doubt, just the doubt that leads me to believe that there's some boogeyman watching over me with a baseball bat.
Yeah, I would want to get rid of that too. Valid.
I think because I have so many different parts of me that believe so many different things, there's always bound to be one of them that believes there's a higher entity ready to punish me for any bad thing I might do.
I think that's always so interesting for me and you to talk about because of our shared experience, and like it's different because you were such a strong believer and have personalities that experience that, where I mean, I don't share that person much, so I don't know how you deal with that and how you have different beliefs over. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you accidentally. I think at least one of mine has this desire to save the world and thinks that a higher power is the only one that could do that. So maybe if I could just convince that side of me that there's no such thing as a sky daddy, I don't know. But the doubt of not knowing just keeps me a little superstitious, I guess.
So it's the doubt that not knowing keeps some of your personalities in a place where they are believing still, because even the parts of you that don't believe still kind of do, or still kind of might.
Yeah, because we're indoctrinated at such a young age. We had to believe for a long period of time, and then when we believed, it led to such a strong passion for evangelism. I don't know if we could ever get past that period of our life. It was misguided, but it was positively intended.
What do you know what the parts of you that believe in a God convince themselves with?
I guess the anecdotal evidence, the feeling of the Holy Spirit, all that stuff that could be explained by some sort of delusional psychosis, but it keeps us doubting, like that moment we felt all these things. Was it real? Was it just delusion? Was it something we wanted to feel? We'll never know the answer to that. Well, until it's too late.
What do you mean too late? Do you think believing would save you if it's in time?
I don't know that it would, but if there was something out there that magically appeared after we kicked the bucket, I don't know whether I'd have much of a leg to stand on if it said, I tried to prove myself to you and you didn't listen. And I'd be just like, but what about the Old Testament? And it would just turn into a debate. It wouldn't... it'd be too late to make peace with it.
Yeah, you'd continue to question. That makes sense. Very you. Very you thing to do.
And just because it exists doesn't mean I'd have to be on its side.
Are the parts of you that believe it exists on its side in their perspective?
I don't think they think of it as being a side. I think they think of it more as just like saving people. And I hope that God's on our side when it comes to saving people. But the Old Testament kind of makes me question that a lot.
See, I think the personality that I have that is more religious is not about saving people, it's about saving herself, and she's very selfish in her. But like, why does your personality that believes want to save others, and what does that look like? Like, is it about like going to heaven, or the experience they'll have after life?
It's not about going to heaven. It's about protecting loved ones, I think. Because I remember at a very young age, when I was indoctrinated, I prayed a very kind of a dark prayer. I don't know if I entirely understood it at the time, but from what I did understand, I was willing to give up my eternal security for the eternal security of my family, because I didn't believe that they were going to heaven. So I thought if I could bargain with God and trade my soul for theirs. It's not about saving myself, it's about saving those I care about.
From what?
I guess from at the time what I thought was Satan or the devil or the boogeyman under my bed that would grab at my feet at night.
I liked the question you asked the person earlier. What percentage do you think your believers believe?
Well, as a whole, I'd say I'm close to 98% sure there is no God. But as far as those parts of me, I think they're closer to 50%. They're not entirely sure, but they're like sure enough to like use their actions to keep themselves like, I don't know, safe, or to keep their loved ones safe, or they're just enough believing to prompt action, I guess.
Very interesting. I don't know questions at the time, but I will continue to think of them.
Great questions, Hazelnut.
Yeah, I love being questioned by Hazel.
Hell yeah.
Things I learned from y'all, so it's a reflection of your teachings.
Well, I'm still learning, and I think even Thrayle's still learning, because the more I try to learn from him, the more he seems to learn, so I have to keep on catching up. I don't know a lot, but I'm learning a lot from just being in this community.
Me too. And if you can question your belief, and you believe in a god or goddess or spaghetti monster or ghosts or whatever, there's 3 boxes with a little request button that you should totally press so that we can ask you questions too. Because I love talking to people. And I'm actually up tonight, so yay.
Hell yeah.
And don't make me get a question the questioner out so early. Thrayle would not like that.
Right. I'm tempted, but I'd much rather we keep on finding believers who are curious enough or courageous enough to question.
Also, they're doing so well about almost getting to 100K within now it's the next like 30-ish minutes. I'm pretty proud so far. They only have like 25K to more to go. So
hell yeah.
This game. The first 10K were mine though. Just so you know.
And just like that, they finished the life goal.
The best audience.
Hell yeah. I'm telling you, the best audience on TikTok. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much to Glamscum Poetry, to Tide of Silence, Looney Bats, to Dash, Hazelnut, Cassie B. Carter, and Tricera Bear for helping with the goal. You guys are all amazing. Hell yeah. I think we actually have a request too. Well, maybe not. I mean, there's boxes open. If you've got a belief, we're not here to take it from you. But we will jam out to some community tunes if we don't have someone soon who's curious enough to question.
Bats.
Yes, Hazel?
Do you sometimes forget that you have different beliefs?
Yeah. Not for very long though, because then there's always some voice in the back of my head willing to argue with whatever I say.
Is that why you're good at questioning? Because you're constantly debating in your own head?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of cheating. I have multiple people arguing with me at the same time, so I have multiple questions going on at the same time to ask somebody, and by the time they're done speaking, at least one of those questions has survived.
Why don't you believe, or actually I don't know if I remember if you do. Do you believe in souls? And do you think your personalities are souls?
There's a part of me that does, but we mostly believe that souls aren't real, that they're non-existent, that the energy we emit while we're alive dissipates and composts afterwards.
Compost.
Yeah, it's a nicer way of saying decomposing, I guess. I don't know.
I kind of laughed at it, to be honest. It just made me giggle. But, so, why are they not souls? How are they separate and not souls, I guess? I know it's a biased question. I'm trying to think of phrasing it better.
Well, I would think I would ask them what a soul was. I found there's a part of me that finds no evidence for a soul. This seems to be a theory that one exists, but no concrete proof that it's real.
See, I think it's my experience that leads me to believe that it's real, and that's why I question you, because we have similar experiences but we come to different conclusions. So Yeah, I don't know why, but it's through my experience and my feelings, like similar to people who believe in God. They just feel like it. And I don't like that, but that is what I just feel like.
I suppose the side of me that does feel that there is souls would have to believe that we have multiple souls. Simply because we have distinct characters within our own mind that have different likes, dislikes, aptitudes for things, even down to favorite cereals and clothing textures. It's weird, but if we did believe in souls, we'd have to believe that there are multiple souls inside of us.
Yeah.
And that's more scary than believing we don't.
Why is that scary? I don't know if that's scary to me. I think that makes sense.
Because there's a lack of control if there's multiple souls inside one body. Who's to say which where the body goes? Does it go to the soul that believes in the Christian God, or does it go to the soul that believes in Norse paganism or Gaia or the ancestral beliefs? Do we go to an ancestral land somewhere? Like, there's so many souls. Like, where does the body go?
What do you mean go?
Like, do we turn into several different people and all of a sudden go to different places, or all of us as a whole conglomerate of chaos go somewhere?
Oh, I see. Yeah, when not present, I in my experience, I go interworld, but that, and in my belief, it's a different place. But you don't have that. You're saying?
Well, I have an inner world, but I believe that that's in my brain. I believe that that's just a place my brain created inside of itself. I don't believe that it's anywhere else than my brain.
How are you sure?
I'm not, but I suppose the scariness of it not being in my brain makes me want to keep it there.
Why would it be scary that it's not in your brain?
Oh, I have some very dark places in my brain. If those places were real, there better be a God to protect us from it.
Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Valid.
Like, there's a whole room of just screaming. I don't think I would want that to be real.
Valid. Yeah, I think my experience is that I think because my experience is the place is different and not like that, there aren't like pockets of questionable existences. It kind of just seems like a different place. Maybe that's why it's convincing enough to me.
Most of the places on my inside are safe and are a place of comfort, but not every closet, behind every door is there a good thing. Sometimes there's dark memories that best be left behind their closed doors. Because you and I both know this disorder, or whatever you want to call it, is trauma-based. So there's always bound to be some sort of trauma that should or should not be kept in the dark.
I don't know, maybe that's why I mystify it, because I don't want to think about that part, and it's further dissociating the problem. But probably, maybe a little.
You guys are awesome. But we are straying very far from the topic.
I know. We need believers, though.
We do. We need believers badly. And I don't know that it actually works to entice them up. But I think it's a really cool thing that we do. I'm going to play a couple songs from the community. And a couple of them come to mind right now. So, I appreciate you guys. Let's keep tapping that screen. I bet we could get to 80K before the end of these songs. And maybe we'll have a believer with a belief in I don't know, something godlike that they can actually question.
Oh, I'm so excited to hear the songs. There's a bunch I haven't heard.
I really like this one.
There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubt's a well you drink from slow. And I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go? And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown, and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of the none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what's inside. Do you ever miss the answers, even if they weren't the right ones? Just a place you used to hide. And you say, sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the thread? If I question every sacred thing, there's sacred loose its meaning. Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away, you never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand it back like truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say stay in the question. Doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know. Everybody talking like they know it all, standing so tall, just waiting to fall. But I found a better way to live and grow. There's a kind of power and I don't know, and that's alright. That's the spark, that's the light. None of us know, so let it show. The ultimate win is I don't know. No more faking, no pretending, no false start and no fake ending. Leave a little room for truth to grow. The strongest words are I don't know, and that's alright. That's the spark, that's the light. None of us know, so let it show. The ultimate win is I don't know. Hands up high, let the whole world know there's freedom in I don't know. Everybody talking like they know it all, standing so tall, just waiting to fall. But I found a better way to live and grow. There's a kind of power and I don't know, and that's alright. That's the spark, that's the light. None of us know, so let it show. The ultimate win is I don't know.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, look at that. We got a guest. Hello, Gig. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can I get your age for your TikTok TOS?
Oh,
I'm 31 I'm 31 Batcolyte. And anyways,
how drunk are you?
You got what?
How drunk are you?
How drunk am I? I don't know. As drunk as you perceive me to be. But anyways,
seems pretty drunk.
He was calling us losers in my comments earlier, and I told him to be nice, and then he caps locked, so I muted him.
Wow. So that's the only reason he requested that.
Mm-hmm. I was willing to see what he was gonna say, seeing if he believed in something.
Right. It would have been interesting, but he was as drunk as I perceived him to be, and I perceived him to be pretty drunk right off the bat.
Your perception is often accurate.
Could be wrong about that. My drunk radar goes haywire sometimes. To you. I requested multiple times to you.
And couldn't handle being up here for 2 seconds.
Do we want to try round 2? Do we give him leeway? Maybe he's not as drunk as I perceived. I'm willing to question that.
Whatever you want.
Hey, Gig.
Hi, Batcolyte.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 31. How about you?
43. Do you have a belief in
You're
God
43.
or God's
I do, bro. You're not fucking 43. Shut the fuck up. You're a pussy ass bitch who like.
Wow, that went worse than round 1. That was sad. It says right above my head, be respectful. If you can't follow the rules, you don't get to stay on panel. It's really simple. That was the scary part, Glamscum. Yes, that was the terrifying thing. I hope he's not responsible for that child. I hope somebody else is.
Ew. Gross behavior. The prompt that Everlasting was running came.
Hi. It was a good prompt. I'll let you finish that thought in a moment. Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
What's your religion?
I asked your age. Are you not capable of answering that one?
My bad, I didn't hear it. I'm 22.
What year were you born?
2023. 2003.
Goodbye.
Math was not math, and right off the bat.
What the? No thanks. But honestly, that was my whole thought.
I suppose math would be hard for me too if I was 3 years old.
Keep tapping the screen, and if we have a believer, that would be great. You to request up. If you can question your beliefs. Oh, and Dave is here. Hi, Dave. We're at 80K. That's cool. Keep
Hell yeah. 80,000. That's really amazing. You guys are awesome. We've had this one request kind of just lingering all night. And every time I clear it, they come back. They've come up twice on panel. Once they were absolutely silent. The next time they just played music at us.
I wonder what they'll do this time.
Hello, Dave. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I mean, it's better than playing music at us, but it doesn't seem like you mean to be here.
Yeah, they don't seem present.
No, they really don't.
I wonder if Blake is present. Blake?
We.
Hi, Blake.
Hello.
I think Blake has fallen asleep on panel once, maybe twice, but I only know of once because I think he admitted to it. But I don't think Blake falls asleep on panel, usually.
I've never done that. What do you mean? No one ever does that here.
Usually, there's a point where I can't follow the conversation anymore before I'm passing out. So then I know I need to tap out. Once I'm like, oh, I have no idea what we're talking about anymore. That's when I'm like, okay, later, y'all.
Blake, how do you question your beliefs as someone who is very knowledgeable?
Well, I think that I went in on the pursuit of a lot of different areas of knowledge hoping to find some sort of magic somewhere in it, but I found that the awe that I was getting from how amazing science in the material world was replacing that. But I don't know how conscious it was of, like, me losing my belief. I don't know how conscious it was of me, like, questioning it. And I think I go back and forth on, like, what was the precipice, or I, like, remember a different thing that happened, and I'm like, oh wait, no, that was earlier. But yeah, I don't think I think I try. The biggest thing is that, like, I try to not really have any beliefs other than maybe, like, solipsism, like believing that I actually exist. I try and believe as many like unfalsifiable things as possible.
Do you think that may create a limiting belief? Like, not a limiting belief, but like, is that an avoidance towards decision? Maybe?
No, because I think that I've made the decision framework that, like, I see unfalsifiable ideas. Like, the only one that I think it has utility for me to believe in is that, like, I am actually a real person. Sorry if you can hear my dog snoring in the background. But like, when it comes to any other kind of unfalsifiable idea, like, there is, like, a god out there, or, like, there is an invisible purple dragon in Carl Sagan's garage. Like, each of those are equally provable and not provable. And, like, the purple dragon doesn't have any utility to believe in, and I have not found a faith that has, like, convinced me of the other thing either, and I think it's just more likely that neither of them exist.
How is it provable that you are real?
I don't think it is, and that's why it is the one thing I have to admit, like, is a belief. Like, as our lovely cat brings up all the time, like, how can I prove that I'm not a brain in a jar? I don't know, but I think about that a lot, because I think about this with the, not that I've come to an answer. Long story short, I haven't come to an answer. But I think about that a lot. If I was a brain in a jar, how would I determine that I was a brain in a jar and, like, confirm that?
Kat has great questions about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
My best guess would be that sitting in a jar would give you brain damage in specific locations where that would give you a unique profile of brain damage that you could then use to try and see if you're in a jar. But the brain damage must be to the cerebellum, which is, like, your motor area. So, you're in a jar, or your balance and a lot of other stuff, but you're in a jar, so that stuff doesn't really matter as much anyway. So yeah, these are things I think about a lot.
Isn't the concept just to consider that, like, the experience that we have is just a perception of something else? So why does it have to be something that fits within our perception, like a brain and like a jar? Could it be something that we are not able to perceive?
Oh yeah, it's just the brain in the jar is just more a since that's like one of the my favorite one is the Boltzmann brain, which is like the jarless jar or the jarless brain in a jar, where like all of your experiences that you're having and like all of the universe is actually just like a fraction of a second that this brain that coalesced out of fundamental particles or some kind of like cognitive system that coalesce out of fundamental particles and like
How is that different than like source and frequency? Because that, to me, as a woo person who used to believe in that, was the like simplified version of what you're stating. Like it's like what I didn't understand, I filled in with these words. So then, how is that different to like the theory that we're a blink or a blimp in a brain's existence? Is it different?
well, because with it gets into it's more like a fun thought experiment. It's like including quantum mechanics into the fun thought experiment because it like talks about like virtual particles and energy is conserved. Energy can turn into particles. So if the universe was like infinitely vast and there was infinitely many particles, like the probability of particles coalescing from energy into some kind of system that would like have some cognitive ability is like possible, but yeah, it's like it's so astronomically like impossible for that to happen. But it's just like a more it's like not really more possible, but it's just like a slightly more possible version of like the brain in the jar with some like smudging of the quantum physics. So in reality, it probably couldn't really happen like that, but just as likely as the brain in a jar.
Seems confusing, like a lot of people would misunderstand it and excuse it as something that they believe in.
Yeah, it's more just I think it was more created in a way or to show that you can create these like absurd reasons for to explain existence. So part of the absurdity of it is like part of the illustration of like okay, like we could come up with an infinite number of these kind of like weird ways where if we have infinite time and infinite this and infinite that, we could explain existence this way. But like going with your seem real and like consensus seems real, like it has more utility even if this world isn't real.
Yeah, it always kind of ends up being, it doesn't really affect, it doesn't affect how we live. Because
Yeah, like whatever the answer is, it's yeah, exactly as you said. Doesn't really affect us.
But if you believe it does affect us and have a God that tells us how it does or what we morally should do, or have a book that this God writes about, or whatever you believe in, come and tell me about it because obviously I don't know. And make sure that you can question your belief because we will question you. How is that? Like a 7, a 3?
I mean, I don't know about a number scale, but it was somewhere between a cat and a hammy.
Oh no. I don't remember how well they do, but I feel like it wasn't well.
It wasn't a filly.
No, Philly is the best.
Mm.
Thrayle, I'm afraid long hours are keeping my eyelids very heavy, so I might have to depart.
I appreciate you, Bats. Thank you so much for your questions and for submitting to questioning.
Anytime. I always appreciate being questioned and questioning up here.
Appreciate you.
Really one of the best communities on TikTok. Bye, everybody.
Well, thank you for being a part of it, and I hope you sleep well.
Thank you.
Later, Bats.
Oh, and I caught them in the middle of the word. W is for Looney Bats. Hell yeah.
Bye, Bats.
I'm still not seeing requests. What are we doing wrong? How do we need to entice you with questions? I mean, we're not gonna not question you. That just wouldn't be right. But maybe I need to spice up the backgrounds. Do they need to be more vibrant?
Do I need to seem more accusatory towards belief? I don't know.
Why do I have to start shaking to get a believer up here?
I'm glad
I don't
you
know.
said,
If that's how they respond, then I'm not sure they're the ones we want to question.
Looking down and seeing Mika self-policing in the chat.
Mika has done a great job in the chat of self-policing Mika in the chat.
Oh, this puts a smile on my face because I normally don't see the messed up thing that you said until you do that to yourself. And then I go back and look. My milkshake brings all the believers to the yard and they're like,
Oh no. The AI thinks that we are debating the brain in a jar thought experiment.
I mean, that's not at all what was happening. AI. Is this a question? I didn't think that. I didn't know that.
What was that?
I said, is it a sin to question? I didn't know that. Cindy Lou Who said this.
wonder. Hmm. I wonder if that comes from a misinterpretation, or is that just some denominational belief? I don't know if it's a sin question. I know it's definitely discouraged when you question the things the priest or the pastor can't answer. But that, of course, is also going to depend, I don't know, church to church.
Yeah, there's part in the Old Testament where God's like, if someone's tongue lies, it is me, and no. And then it goes into, like, prophet is deceived, it is I who have deceived them. I feel like there's an answer in there somewhere around that passage.
If beliefs are so inconsistent within one belief system, why is it validated often for people? I know neither of you can speak from experience necessarily, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe you can.
Wait, what was the question?
Like, if there's such inconsistencies within one belief system of beliefs, so like there's so many denominations or there's so many debates about specific teachings, how do people validate it? How do they validate their own belief in your perspective?
Well, I think that there's a lot of, I think a lot of people just think that they have the right way or haven't thought about it like that hard, or like don't know how many differences there are between like different denominations and like how drastically different some of their like fundamental beliefs can be. But definitely around where I grew up, I experienced a lot of like the first one I said, where people believe like they have the only true one. Because I remember in like junior high, one of my friends got broken up with because she didn't go to her boyfriend's like tiny 12-member church, and he was like, well, we're the only people that are going to go to heaven, so like if you don't want to convert to my church, then like I might as well not date you because we're not going to get married. And it was just like the wildest thing, and that was my first like introduction to like, oh yeah, there's people believe things like very differently and don't agree.
Yeah, I think I experienced the same thing where it was like I was taught at least that like although all of these things I was even taught although all of these things were called different things, they believed in the same thing. That's what I was taught. So I don't know how people keep believing in that though.
Yeah, because being raised Catholic, I don't think they explicitly told us that like other sects were wrong. Like they told us that we had disagreements, but then when you go into like the historical teachings of the Catholic Church, like when they're teaching the history part of it, they call it like the other churches like falling away from the Catholic Church. And so it's like very lightly put in there that like, oh, they've fallen away from the church, but they're not like they were, at least in my diocese, were not like near as explicit about like everybody else is going to hell if they're wrong. Like I don't think they ever said that. Or like if they're not Catholic, they're going to hell.
Well, Catholics have like purgatory or whatever, right? I learned that.
Yes, and yeah, so that's that's a workaround for a lot of stuff. It's very easy for Catholics to be like, oh well, they'll just go to purgatory. So like they're a good person, they just didn't have it right, so they'll go to purgatory.
Is purgatory like bad? Like, or is it just like limbo? I don't get it. Y'all.
Mm-hmm. It's limbo.
We have a new guest. Hello, Xmas Ops. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Almost had a person.
And I should say, I don't know the Catholic Church doctrine around purgatory that much, but being like a Louisiana folk Catholic, it was like limbo and tied into like the idea of limbo drawn from other cultures.
Yeah, it's like simplified, so that makes sense though. I feel like sometimes when believers are given an afterlife and then told there's a bad place, and then they excuse that there's not a bad place because of something, it just is like maybe making it easier to fall into the belief, because it's like you don't have to be perfect anymore. I feel like some other beliefs have really high perfect standards. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely different sects even within Catholicism as well. And my brother-in-law is like way into exploring the different sects of Catholicism, like even within the Roman Catholic Church. Like you have the like Jesuit priests were like a specific sect and stuff, and then like the Knight Templars were like a specific sect, and but so yeah, even within like what's considered like the Roman Catholic Church, there is like differences in doctrine that are like accepted between, and it's kind of like, yeah, whoever, as long as you're like good. And although the writings in like the church actual like written catechism, it does say things a little bit harsher, but just kind of giving like my experience mixed with the catechism or like the exact written rules. Catechism can be both like the teaching of the church doctrine and also like the written. It gets a little confusing there. But like I think we normally refer to it as limbo, and like limbo comes from like is from Jamaican, like comes from the word to bend, so it's kind of like reshaping you and like reforming you is kind of like the idea there.
I don't understand it. And I hope that somebody who believes in these things comes to the live so that we can question their beliefs.
Hello.
Hello, Sage. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. I believe in the universe. I believe in God as good, orderly direction. And I
I'm
believe
sorry,
that,
you
yes,
said good, orderly direction.
yes.
So, an acronym. But
Well, yes, I guess.
do you believe there is an entity there that created all and wants something from you?
Mm, like one, like a Christian God? No. But do I believe that there are entities that exist in a realm beyond what we are most familiar with? Yes.
What does that mean, realm beyond?
The things that we can't see. I believe in science and I believe in evolution. And I also believe in spirituality.
What does spirituality mean?
Um, I believe that prayer matters.
That's not what I asked.
Well, that's my spirituality is a form of prayer.
What does the word spirituality mean?
Um, I don't have a dictionary in front of me, but I'm sure that
What does it
you
mean to
have
you?
one. That's what I said. My spirituality is that my belief in prayer.
You're telling me what your spirituality is, what fits in this category, but I'm asking what the name of the category means to you.
Spirituality
Spirituality.
means belief in belief beyond sight and belief beyond proof.
Belief beyond sight. And your belief beyond sight is that prayer works. What is prayer?
Prayer is meditation.
What is meditation?
Deep thought.
So deep thinking works.
No. Yes, it can. Okay, yes, you're speaking very calm and very collected, and you have this nice music playing. That's kind of meditative.
I'm not sure what you mean by meditative except deep thought, but you've also equivocated it to prayer. So
Okay,
it sounds like
I'm not trying to debate, I guess.
I didn't say that.
I
It just
know,
sounds
but
like you're trying to
those are the
establish things.
equivocate. I'm just a regular girl,
Right, you're
normal
trying to make two things the same.
prayer and spirituality. No, I think that
No,
prayer is a form
prayer
of
and
spirituality.
thinking. Prayer and
Meditation.
meditation and, in this case, deep thought. So you're making three things all the same.
Yeah, maybe like kind of ritualistic practice, right?
So now four things.
Yes.
So you're just saying any of these things all qualify as prayer?
Yeah.
What does the word prayer mean to you?
To express your desires and ask the universe for guidance.
And do you think the universe provides guidance?
If you're willing to listen,
What does that mean?
um, mm, um, What does that mean? It means if you're willing to believe, you can see.
Can see what?
The universe's guidance, the universe's answers.
What does a universal answer look like?
Confirmation, you can ask for confirmation in different ways and you can be given it. And it might be
Confirmation.
coincidence, but that coincidence.
How do you tell the difference between coincidence and the universe responding to you?
Understanding that coincidence might be a language the universe speaks.
Is that understanding, or is that just deciding that must mean what it means?
I guess it's a decision, yeah. A commitment to a belief.
It sounds to me like you've decided to redefine a lot of things to fit your belief system. Why have you made this decision?
Hmm, I guess life is an accumulation of decisions
That's not what my question was.
that form your belief.
Why have you made the decision to redefine these words?
Well, first is to say I didn't know that I was redefining them, so I guess the choice is now, and I'm making that choice because I have the choice to do so. I have the free will.
What is free will?
That is a deep one. I think free will is just, well, I have free will essentially to do anything within
It's not
us
answering
with
me what free will is when you say you
trying.
have it. I know, I
I mean, to
understand,
an
but let
extent,
me.
to an extent, to an extent. If I wanted to spend $1 million right now, I don't have the free will to do that.
So then,
You know,
why are you using the word free in there?
I guess free will in terms of some sort of localized autonomy. So maybe I should say that I have a localized autonomy over myself.
A localized autonomy.
Yeah, over my body, my body right now, and the things that are within spatial proximity to me, and existing at varying levels of my ownership.
So, what does. I guess I'm not getting what that has to do with where
Well,
we were
you asked
going
me about
before
free
you.
will,
Right.
and then I tried to
Because you.
explain it, and then I realized by you helping me question my beliefs that I don't necessarily have free will. So what I would say instead is a
Localized
localized
autonomy.
autonomy. Yeah,
What is autonomy?
a level of agency that we've deemed autonomous. I have a feeling you probably might know the actual like dictionary definition of it. I don't, but
You're doing fine, Sage. Um, I'm actually going to back off for a moment because I think Hazel or Blake might have a question or two.
oh, hey guys.
Hi, Sage. I'm Hazel.
Hey Hazel.
So, my question would be, what is the relation to yourself and the universe? Like you were stating in the beginning that when in the first question, you believe in a God
Yes.
boss, or what is the relationship you believe there
So
is between you and the universe?
so I think that I have a direct connection to the universe given that I exist in this universe and I know I do. And I think even the things that don't know that they exist still have a connection to the universe, obviously, because they exist in it. But the same way that you guys made the decision to host this live in this space is now something that I came across and like something that I'm interacting with. And I can, based on my own beliefs, choose to interpret this as whatever kind of confirmation or signal or whatever. But I think that personally, believing in that connection to the universe and trying to live and take agency and practice and create some sort of practice for myself that includes a universal awareness and belief in some sort of consciousness that, I can tap into a frequency, even if only I necessarily might believe in it at this moment, that could lead me to perceive signals in the world that, you know, I can show up and be a better person and be a good person and be a kind person. And to some people, that just might be being kind. And to some people, it might be a spirituality and a belief in being better and seeing ways that you can be a good person and like a supportive person and stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's my spirituality.
I hear that you want to be accountable for your actions and you're wanting to have good reasons to do so. I'm wondering why you believe you need more than just yourself in that aspect. Like, why does it have to be outside of yourself? Why does it have to
Well,
come from somewhere
I
else?
think that
And
that's what excites me is the fact that I know I've been so internal and I know so much of what I can do. And I guess what started this, right, was like, I don't know how many of you guys have recently been in a life or death transition moment. And when I was put up against the fire recently, um, I was able to, in that moment when I had to, I saved my own life. And
Put
I
up
what
against the fire.
yeah, I wanted to find a way, like, how can I connect with that
What do you mean
version
by
of
put
myself?
up against the fire?
Well,
You're
without going
speaking
too much
very
into,
dramatically,
yes,
but
without going too much into like, my own personal business, happy to discuss my beliefs, but my own personal business, I was in a really vulnerable and volatile transitionary space between states and in like a very short period of time, and just where I was landing was really unsafe and all of those things. And I, within less than 30 days, transformed my situation, was able to change my literal reality, um or step into whatever part of this reality is mine or whatever, who cares. But and so my whole thing is, that's what I mean by put up against the fire. Like, that is how it felt. Like, it felt like I was literally put against a fire and
so a metaphor.
I saved myself. Yeah, it's definitely metaphoric.
But
um
but even still, not necessarily like a life or death metaphor.
it was a matter of life or death for me.
I see.
Yeah. And it's kind of being put up to the fire, like, you're gonna burn and that's gonna hurt, and then you're gonna die.
Hmm.
So it was a life or death situation for me. That's why I use that metaphor.
And in what way was that answering Hazel's question?
Well, she had asked me why why I need to look for something outside of myself. And I was in the process of answering that. And part of my answer to that was that metaphor, which you asked me about. But I can be more concise in saying when I was in that situation, the strength that I found inside myself was I was in so much awe. And I was like, how can I get in touch with that version of myself and that strength that I have more regularly? How can I channel that from myself when I'm not in a life or death situation? And I guess I went through I went through that new part of my journey. And then I was like, wow, like now I feel like I'm in a position to see outside of myself. And I think it's just for the mere fact that I have the ability to see outside of myself and I can change my belief system that I'm like, yes, like I can do that.
I don't know if my question was necessarily about like seeing outside of yourself, but like attributing the doing of things to outside yourself, like the universe. Like you were the person who had to do the work to get out of the situation you were in.
Yeah, yes.
Why was it in why do you attribute or believe in the universe?
No, I don't attribute that. I don't attribute the universe to me doing that. I guess my answer was, I guess I was answering, I guess I misunderstood your question, but the reason I said all that was because I am so familiar with my own power, my own strength, and I am like this is my life. I know what I have not attributed just to the universe, but also I know that I have expressed desires to the universe, and that by coincidence and happenstance, and even sometimes literally almost what feels like a story being written, I've been taken through certain experiences that completely feel like a universal gift.
You said coincidence and happenstance. So how is that? How is coincidence or happenstance at all wooful from the universe? I don't know how to.
No, I feel you. I think that's
How does
what
it?
it is. I think that's what coincidence and happenstance are. It's like, wow, what a coincidence, you know? Is it a coincidence?
What is it if it's not?
Aside from the universe,
What is the universe then?
the place we think we live.
Is it a conscious being?
It's a belief that a lot of people, it's something that a lot of people believe in. And so,
Is that what you believe in?
yeah.
Why
But
do you?
I believe in it in a different way. I think there's a word for this, and I feel like one of you guys knows it. It's like, what is that word? It's like a something gark or something, and it's like something that a bunch of people believe in. Like if there was like a candle that like a bunch of people believed in, like it would become like a something.
Are you talking about an egregore?
Yes, dude, yes. I knew you guys would know what that was.
You think
Yes.
the universe being a sentient being is like an egregore
No, I
because so
think
many
that
people
the
believe that it
egregore,
is?
I think the egregore may get, I think the universe is alive and living and has not necessarily, I think beyond sentience. I think it's like something even beyond that in some sort of chaotic sentience. But
But
that,
is your
I,
belief
that,
that it
but
is that because
right.
people believe that?
No, I think that my belief in
So I
it
don't know how that
is
relates
gonna,
to an
is
egregore.
creating the egregore.
So your belief in the universe being sentient is creating it being sentient.
I'm willing to give you that. Like I'm willing to give anybody who's like, okay, whatever, this is just your belief.
In
Like,
what
sure.
way? Sorry, but in what way do you think a belief enables something to become sentient?
Because if you believe in it, like then it has that power to an extent. And when it becomes something
What do you
as
mean it
if
has
it
that
becomes something
power?
so intangible yet hyper tangible, like the universe.
Sorry, you're just kind of speaking at me now, but you're not hearing the
Okay,
question.
that's fair.
Did you hear my question?
How much does me believing in something give it sentience?
How can believing in something give it sentience?
That's a belief I have to question. But that's not really my belief. I'm saying like I'm willing to say
Meaning
that
it's not really your belief.
no, I believe the universe is sentient. Like I don't think I need like I already said it has that chaotic sentience.
It
Maybe
just
the
is
way that
sentient.
yeah, it just
But
is
then
like it just
somehow
is.
also you believing in that creates an egregore of that. So then there's two. I'm not getting that part, but I guess if that's not really your belief anyways, then well
No, you're I'm being I am miscommunicating. What I'm saying is clearly not being heard under interpreted the way that I'm intending it to be. So I believe in the universe and the chaotic sentience. I'm just saying,
what is chaotic sentience?
um, like I don't think that the universe is like somebody that's watching everything all at once. I think it's like just everything is happening and certain things intersect and sometimes there might be some sort of universal karmic hand or pull,
Karmic. What does that mean?
like like reactionary relative causational and effect thing, right?
Reactionary relative cause it. What?
Like karma's kind of like, well, at least what I understand karma to be is like oh girl, you might get that karma, or there goes that karma, like it's coming back to you what you're sowing. But karma in that way can be reactionary. And then karma can also be causational because receiving karma can be the catalyst for a change in belief and behavior.
So you're saying that karma is multifunctional and that it is a process of reciprocity and that it also is just things that happen.
Yes, yes, yes,
Why would
yes,
you call that
yes.
karma?
Reciprocity and like it can be an inciting moment. What'd you say? What
Why are you calling it karma?
um just because that's I guess my colloquial term for it, That's like what the word means to me.
So for you, you think the universe has an intended reciprocity toward individuals inside of it.
Do you define the reciprocity?
You think the universe intends um, to to pay back the actions of the individuals within it.
Not necessarily pay back, but to the universe allows us to witness. Yeah.
It
The
allows
universe allows
us.
us to witness. It
It
doesn't
doesn't
say
really follow from what I
yes,
was
it does. The
asking.
universe doesn't
Sorry, you're
say,
not letting me finish my point. I had a question there. Is there a reason you're debating with me? I'm
I'm
trying
not
to ask you a
debating
question.
you.
Okay. So you're saying that the universe allows us to witness. And I'm trying to ask you, what do you mean allows us to witness? This is
The
nothing
universe
to do
allows us
with
to
I'm
witness.
still
Let me, because I hear you,
fascinating.
brother.
Because there was more to it, and you didn't want to hear the rest of it.
No, I want to hear it. I just want to tell you.
Then why? Why are you up here? If you're
I'm
not
up
actually
here.
questioning these things,
Well, I'm
then
up
why are
here
you
because
up
it
here just
said
telling me?
questioning
Right, you're
beliefs,
not questioning beliefs,
not
though.
a
You're just kind
debate.
of preaching at me. Did you hear the question that I'm asking?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
And
so I was
because I
asking you
don't think
about
that
the
I'm preaching.
reciprocity within the universe, and you're telling me now that it just allows us to observe. How does that follow from my line of questioning before? What does that have to do with the intended reciprocity that the universe delivers?
Well, I just want to try to answer that question and also say that this to me is questioning. Like, just even you asking me these questions, every question you're asking me, I'm questioning. I'm literally sitting here thinking.
Can you go back to the question I just asked
Yeah,
you then?
I can. Um, well, um,
Does anybody else have questions for this guest?
Not at this time, but thank you.
Appreciate you coming up, Sage. Maybe another
thanks,
time
guys.
we'll have more questions.
Lots of those minutes.
Hello, pomegranates. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35 for TikTok TOS.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do have a belief in the word God.
What do you mean by the word God?
Here we go. I have a belief in God.
What do you mean by here we go?
I just feel like a lot of the times you'll just pick one word out of a statement and just be like, what do you mean by that? What do you
How long have
mean
you been
by
watching?
mean? So I have a belief in God.
How
and
long
God
have you been
being,
watching?
I was on last night and I've been on for several minutes tonight.
So you watched a little yesterday and a little today.
No, I was on for a while last night.
I see.
What do you mean by a while?
So are you actually here to question your beliefs, or are you here to be pedantic about the process?
I'm not here to be any more pedantic than anyone else. So I believe in a God because I believe.
I don't feel any respect. I'm not going to continue the conversation. I'm not here to be disrespected on my own panel. Yeah, if you can't behave yourself, you can't even be here. I don't even know why you're acting like that. You want to get arrogant and cocky, you can walk yourself right out of the room. That's some weak sauce right there. Couldn't even behave like an adult. It's really simple. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. If you're capable of behaving like an adult, then you can play along and question your beliefs. But if you're going to act like a petulant child, then I will block you like a child, because children don't belong here.
Can I request a song now?
Yes.
I want the carousel one. I like that one. That would be cool. Also, you made me blush earlier playing mine. Thanks for that. You always play it when I come around.
Yesterday I played yours, and then right after it, I played this one.
Pain flaked off the mirror holes, jawbone grin, chipped glass eyes. Black lace on a velvet pole, creaks in circles, choir it cries. Moonlight on the weathered main, ticket booth with no one there. Your breath fogs a tilted glass, cold brass rings the empty air. Round, round, gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. Oh, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling. Round, gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours. Right till the rust stains your wrist, count the bones instead of the hours. Candy skulls and paper bags, moths asleep in crooked masks, fortune cards with burned out ink, futures just the questions asked, bandstand draped in tattered red, songbooks nailed and left to rot. You hum the tune you almost know, it's on your lips, then it's not. Who built this crooked heaven? Who the music tight? Who keeps the painted ponies pacing in the night? Hey, round, 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 gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. No, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling round, round, gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours. Right till the rust stains your wrist, count the bones instead of the hours. Instead of the
Can you question your belief? Do you have a higher power? Or
Yay. I love the music.
Unfortunately, it didn't work. I guess that means manifestation is not real.
Oh no.
Because if that song doesn't manifest a believer, I don't know what will.
I guess we just didn't believe hard enough. Is that the problem?
That must have been the problem. Yeah, it was Derby. Derby's heart posture wasn't right. Maybe it was my heart posture. I'm not sure. I could probably reach in and move it. Is it supposed to be upright?
I don't want to call you heartless, but I fear that I don't know you have one in that skull body of yours. Skeleton.
I mean, some things are cloaked in mystery.
Yes. Some things are cloaked in mystery, like people's beliefs in gods and goddesses. So if that is your belief, and you can question your belief, and we can uncloak that belief, request on up. So you can talk to me and Thrayle and maybe Blake.
Maybe Blake. You have to earn that right.
I am still conscious. I'm just there's a mouse infestation, so I'm just like sanitizing the entire house.
Oh, that's always fun.
Let's continue. I liked Thrayle's motto of they have to earn your interaction.
They can usually earn it with the word consciousness.
Yeah, that's a good trigger word for Blake. Frequency is a great one for you. Universe is a good one for me.
Yeah, because people want to use consciousness and then be like, well, we don't know what consciousness is. And be like, well, then how are you claiming that consciousness is like a cog in the mechanic of this if you don't know what it is?
I need to start counting the amount of what the fuck screens I get when I come up here because I feel like it's a lot.
Oh, I make it a goal at a certain point.
Yeah, it's gonna be a new goal of mine. I don't know what frequency is. I know it's something in science, but I couldn't tell you what it is. It's like waves or something. Well, something with sound or something like that. I don't know.
It's like waves or something. That's great.
Isn't it? I don't know. You don't have to tell me. Blake can tell me later if he wants.
It's how often something occurs.
Oh, that one makes sense to me too. Yeah. Oh, I jumped up. Hello.
So that's where a lot of people get stuff confused, because a lot of times frequency isn't talking about sound or a wave. Um, like the frequency of your heartbeat is like separate, not separate, but like not exactly the same as like the waves that you're like the EKG of your heart is making, for example. Like the frequency of your heartbeat is just how often it's happening.
Okay. I'll try to remember that.
I mean, frequency, the meaning is kind of in the word.
It makes sense. What you say
How
is like
frequent
that.
something occurs.
You know, sometimes you just gotta think for 2 more seconds. Get it all
Like the
processed.
unit hertz literally means currents per second.
I don't get the correlation there, but just the U, the Earth, the current.
Oh, the music's a little loud now, Thrayle.
My fault.
Sorry, what were you saying, Hazel?
I said it's just like hertz and currents. It just sounds the same. That's the correlation. What were you
Sorry, I
saying?
couldn't hear you. You're also a little quiet.
Oh, what were you saying? Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
Oh, just that hertz is like the hertz, the unit that you use to describe frequency most often, literally means like occurrence per second. So if something is happening at like 1 hertz, it's happening like once a second.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank you.
And if you understand or think you understand your beliefs well enough to question them, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're just here to see if you even can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
I give it 1 Thrayle.
My segue was a 1 Thrayle segue.
Mm-hmm.
It took 1 Thrayle to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It earned 1 Thrayle. Was it?
Sure.
Did it basically nullify itself then?
I guess. Maybe
The
that's
segue was non-existent.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a request. Oh no, it's Dave again.
Round 4?
Should we?
Maybe it's music this time. Maybe it's a pattern.
Hey Dave, did you mean to request all of these times?
Stop, boss. And booze.
I can almost hear someone talking this time.
1 week.
Can I? Okay. Just kind of hearing mumbling now. If you meant to request, Dave, you can try again, but we'll need you to talk a little louder and, I don't know, be coherent.
That sounded like sleep, but
Yeah, it did.
it is kind of progress.
There's a voice there this time. Is Dave okay? I don't know, Metallic.
We hope Dave is okay. Dave seems fine. Dave's breathing. We're all good.
That's true, Derby. Dave's not here, man. I think I was supposed to do that in a voice.
I don't know what
Dave's not here, man.
No, that's not the voice.
Yeah, that's how I was feeling it, but I don't know what the voice is supposed to be.
Tommy Chong.
Dave's not here, man. Is that more? Is that closer?
That's closer. That's closer, yeah. Nasally, but also really low. I'm really tempted to do it.
I mean, we need an example.
Well, Dave's not here, but if you are and you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request stuff. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe and why do you believe it?
Thrayle, can I ask you a question?
I suppose. Yeah, we can do that.
Yay. I think it's safe to assume you find doubt to be valuable. Sure, okay. Is there anything that you think you shouldn't doubt?
Can you guess my answer?
Is it doubt?
Well, that would be really... That would be kind of cheeky, wouldn't it?
You always answer my questions, cheeky fool. So why would I expect anything less?
Cheeky fool. Got a lot of cheeks for a skeleton.
That's why I was like, why are you so coy about favorites, man?
Look at them cheeks.
I would say, I mean, my temptation is to just say, I don't know. I don't know if there is anything that should be off limits to doubt. But I feel like the purpose of doubt kind of negates that.
What do you mean it negates that? The I don't know.
No, not the I don't know. It negates the idea of, like, something being off limits to it. You should doubt that.
You should doubt that. So can doubt ever go too far?
I think it can. Especially in interpersonal relationships. I think that's where it can obviously go too far. But also in the way you interact with reality in general. I mean, if we doubt to the extreme, then we might doubt even taking one step and never move. We risk inaction. I think it would be a shorter way to put it.
Do you think actions are what define many concepts like doubt or belief?
I don't know that they define them. They're definitely informed by them.
They're informed by them. What does that mean?
The things you do will come from the things you believe. You will act upon the beliefs that you hold, the acceptances of various pieces of information. Whether that's true or false, if you accept it, then it will inform your actions.
So do you think humans need belief systems to function? Or could we live without a belief system?
Systems. When you add systems to it, I think we can function without. Well, I don't know. I think would be a better answer. I'm already
If I took away
where I was going with that.
Yeah, if I took away function and it's just belief, could we live without a belief?
You mean system? Yeah. Well, if you so. Could we live without a belief? I think just by nature of interacting with our environment, we are accepting that the environment is there. It could be a belief.
How do you discern what is a belief and what is not?
It's a very good question. An acceptance, at least under my understanding of belief, is something that you accept to be true. People can quibble over whether or not that is something you know or something you only take when you don't know, but generally it's an acceptance.
What are you accepting?
What do you mean by that?
Like, you're saying it's an acceptance.
Mm-hmm.
So is it, what are you accepting exactly?
What am I accepting?
Not you in particular. I know it sounds like that, but when you or anyone is holding a belief and
I
you're
see.
saying that it's acceptance, what is that?
The thing you're accepting would be that the belief that the statement is true, that it is in accordance with your views.
So then I guess I do want to ask now, what are you, Thrayle, accepting?
In what sense? It's a very broad question.
It is broad.
It's essentially, what are your beliefs? Which I don't know if you noticed, but I kind of avoid that question, even though I used to put it on the banner.
That's that's not even what I want to ask, but I'm trying to figure out what, because I feel like acceptance could be more towards, like, I'll think about it. You're right.
I mean, I'm not here to stop you, Lena. I don't think this guest exists.
Is it our friend James or Dave or whatever?
No, it was someone else, and I don't think they're real.
How are you sure?
Well, I clicked accept, so I accepted their request to be on panel.
Well, I'm sure they feel the same way about you.
I don't know. I seem pretty real. I can interact with my environment. My environment can interact with me.
Do you think there's a cost to some acceptance?
A cost to acceptance. I suppose you would be foregoing any contradictory acceptances.
An opportunity cost, you say. Interesting. Do you think some beliefs exist because the alternative is unbelievable? This is what they do, folks. They run away and disappear into the nether.
Mm-hmm. Just vanish into the void.
Just they vanish into the void.
Ask it again.
Do you think some of people's beliefs exist because the alternate of their belief is unbelievable?
I suppose that's possible. I think some beliefs might be that way.
If beliefs are just made by humans, then does that make them meaningless or necessary for humans? I know I'm doing my or thing all the time, but I don't know how to not.
Why would being made by humans make beliefs meaningless?
Because they're not real to the belief that they hold them, like God, in my opinion. I guess it's not meaningless. We give it meaning, but if it's not real, does it have meaning besides what we give it?
What is meaning?
Probably something that I don't know. I don't know the exact definition, but I think it's just what we use to define something. So It would have to require an agent, I guess.
Meaning would have to require an agent, but does that answer what meaning actually is?
I don't know. I'm coughing. I think if meaning requires an agent, then meaning would be something an agent uses to define an object or thing, a noun. Or a concept. But I don't know. I don't know what meaning really is. Do you? Since I can ask, what is meaning to you?
That's a good question. Meaning is...
It was kind of like your question. So, yeah, it was a good question.
Is that what I did? Yeah, I kind of did that.
I don't know. It was a good question. It was just funny.
I think meaning is a category of value that we apply to things.
A category of value. You know that's going to intrigue me because of my entire value system that I study now based on people's beliefs, what they value. How do you think people determine the value of the things?
How do people determine the value of things? Oh, that's why the camera was off. There we go.
Concepts. Like you were saying, meaning. Say it one more time. Meaning is the value of...
I said it's a category of values.
Category of values.
Mm-hmm. That we place on things.
How do we determine the categories?
I don't know. It seems an individual thing.
I don't know.
We do like an I don't know.
If believing in something false actually like genuinely made your life better, would you choose to do it?
I think we would have to define what made your life better means.
I think you would get to define that personally. Like in the thought experiment, it would be subjective to what better would be to you.
So if believing a false thing somehow made my life better as I perceive better, would I believe it?
Mm-hmm. Would you choose to?
Would I choose to, as much as there's choice?
As much as there's choice. We could get into that, but...
I don't think. I want to rest on my desire to know truth, to believe true things. I want to stand on that principle and say that that's what I would choose. But again, back to what we mean by better. Are there some aspects of life that I think I could improve so much, or that are so needing of improvement that I would take a false belief?
What are you losing if you take a false belief?
Integrity. In myself, in my own processes. Understanding of what I understand.
Would that be worth the betterment of your life and your subjective experience?
don't know that it would. I put chronic pain on the line for your question. If I could remove pain by believing something false, I think as much as I would want to, believing something false just strikes my brain as impossible.
Does that change if it goes beyond just your experience into those that you...
Believing something, so now everyone's pain or their woes are on the line if I can't muster up the suspension of disbelief, I suppose, to permanently accept something I know to be false.
I wouldn't even say everyone's, but I would be interested into knowing if it wasn't just yourself that was gaining a better experience, but those you care about because of a sacrifice of belief or of truth. Is it a
sacrifice of belief or a sacrifice of
to believe in something you don't think is true?
Consistency. Well, but how do you choose to believe? If you don't think it's true, how do you accept something you don't think is true? That's where as hard as I try to think of how I could, want to,
those doubts are the devil.
But how can you accept something you know to be false? How can you choose to? That doesn't seem... I don't know that I'm capable of that.
I guess it kind of does go to the question, can you choose your beliefs at all?
If I'm convinced of something, then I will accept it. I think naturally. But to engender acceptance of a thing against my conviction seems like I would need... How do we move that being convinced in the direction of the acceptance? I mean, how do you move it away from the direction of the acceptance? That's already... That's already a challenge. Moving the acceptance without touching the conviction seems... It doesn't follow logically.
Well, sometimes logic is boring, so... Yeah.
If you come to me and tell me a story that seems to have some, non-magical elements, but sort of unlikely event, I might say, I believe you. You saw a thing happen that physically could happen, but is unlikely. I might say, I believe you. That belief would come with the the evidence and the reasoning, the priors of the way you were giving the story, or the fact that the things you said are plausible.
You never believe my stories. I mean, you believe them, but you don't believe them in the way that
Mm-hmm.
believe that I think.
Well, that's because the stories specifically that you usually tell me, at least in this setting, are about ghosts or remote controls moving.
That is a ghost. Remote controls flying.
How is that
across a room?
A thing
How is
moved.
it not a ghost?
A thing moved. Your conclusion is undead spirits from beyond moved the thing.
Hazelnut, how does it make you feel having a skeleton tell you that ghosts aren't real?
I know. I feel a bit targeted. But how is it not a ghost? Oh, sure, the electrical issues. I understand. I agree. I told my parents they should probably get it checked out. Are they gonna? I have no idea.
With the remote control that moved from the ottoman to the wall.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
I know you know.
But why is it a ghost?
Also the witnessing.
But why is it a ghost?
Because I saw it move without people's human involvement or animal involvement.
Are ghosts not human now?
Ghosts are not human. I said that.
What is a ghost?
Ghosts are... I don't know. I don't know.
So then why use the word ghost?
Because so the correct, or the most reasonable, I should say, the most reasonable way to look at the situation is to rather just say the remote moved and I don't know why.
Are you sure it moved?
Yes.
How sure?
100%. I witnessed with my eyes the remote moving.
Does the ottoman have springs in it?
It wasn't on the ottoman, it was on the arm of the couch.
I thought it was an ottoman, so it was the arm of the couch.
The arm of the couch. I didn't hear you say ottoman earlier.
Was there an ottoman at all?
I don't think so. Not in that cat. Not in that.
What did you do to the ottoman?
Why do I remember you saying ottoman in the first time telling of this story?
I have no
Maybe
idea.
I misheard arm of the couch.
I don't think there was an ottoman because there was a coffee table.
Coffee table, maybe. So was it on the coffee table?
No, it was on the armchair. Like in the arm of the couch.
I thought you about said ottoman again. Or not that you actually said it, but I thought you about said ottoman.
How far was the arm of the couch from the wall?
Probably like 3 feet, 4 feet.
And it moved from the arm to the wall.
Mm-hmm. It slammed against the wall.
Then,
yes, enough that when you drop the remote and the battery pack thing falls off, enough that fell off. Yes. I love how
Wait,
this
how
is
far
the
did
story.
the remote go?
Like 3-4 feet.
Was it 3 or 4?
I have no idea. I was like 7 years old when this happened. So, yes, it could be my memory. And I have a great memory, as we all know. I remember everything. So, completely.
Could you be misremembering?
I could, however, there are other people that were there, and I asked them about it, and they remember it too. Someday I'm gonna convince them to come up here, except for not my sister. It would be my father, but we all know why I haven't done
How far
that.
were you from the remote when this happened?
How far away was I? I was sitting on the kitchen stairs, so probably 8, 9 feet. I'm always a foot off, okay? I give myself some leeway.
But which direction?
What do you mean, like cardinally?
Yes.
I have no clue. Behind the couch? Like the couch was in front of me?
Okay. So you're sitting behind the couch on the stairs, and you see the remote
I see the
move
remote.
from the arm to the wall.
Yes.
Is this the passage where you would walk by the couch?
What? No, I was sitting on the stairs the whole time. I saw
Yes,
the...
but if you were to get up and walk into the living room, is this the path you would walk? Did the remote cross that path?
Yes. Yes. Okay, sure. Yes, I understand your question.
Because if you're sitting behind the couch, you're going to walk one way or the other, not through, right?
Yes, there was... The couch was like an L shape, so... It... Yes, there was only one way to walk into the room, and it was through that passageway.
What was on the other side of that wall?
The outside.
So this was a wall, an exterior wall.
Mm-hmm. There was like a door to the outside there, like a French door with glass.
But this didn't hit near the door, right?
No.
So you saw the remote go from the arm of the couch to the wall, across the path, and then the battery cover fall off.
Mm-hmm.
Did it raise up, or did it just go straight from one to the other?
It raised up about like 5-ish inches and then went over. Yes. Ish. 5-ish inches. Like enough that I saw distance between the arm and the remote, and then I was like, what is happening? And then it went over to the wall. And then also right after, my dad just went and picked it up and closed it and put it back on the armchair and said, that was weird. And then went back to cooking in the kitchen behind me.
And you don't think you could be my mouth is not
Misremembering? I for sure could, but in the way that everyone doesn't remember anything, you know?
Z is asking if this was a shared observation. Did anyone else see it raise up?
I don't know. I'd have to ask my father. I can't remember if he did.
But as far as you know, you were the only one to see it raise up and move, and he just... Is there any possibility your father set this up to amuse you?
I don't think he had that kind of time all the time. But I don't think he believes in ghosts too. So I think he's more trying to not make it unbelievable. Like fake outs or lying kind of thing.
You don't think he would do anything like that?
Not paranormal. He's a prankster, like I've said before, but it's not about paranormal stuff ever. He's more convinced of ghosts than I am, I think. I'll send him the live one day, I promise. Y'all will be
love
besties.
To ask him. You'll have to come up and initiate the remote story, because
Yes. He'll remember it.
I wonder if you would be, in questioning him, likely to I don't know,
I'll stay silent. Y'all can
convince him to, in some way, concur with certain details.
I mean, that could happen, but I just wouldn't say anything. I'd let y'all question him on that. You know about it enough.
I would wonder if the event is as memorable to him as it was to you.
Maybe. It could have been just another Tuesday for him. Or Tuesday's a random day. I don't remember what day it was.
Do you remember well, does anybody else remember the experience?
My sister probably does, but she'd never come up here.
Where was she when it occurred?
I thought the first time that I told you, I thought she was upstairs, but then I talked to her about it, and she said she was in the kitchen too.
But she doesn't remember seeing it, or?
I don't remember if she said she remembers seeing it.
So you, the first time you told this, remembered her being upstairs, but she remembers being in the kitchen. Doesn't that already imply?
I could misremember things, yeah.
But is the event so notable that she remembers being there? Or have you brought this up with her before about the remote moving?
I think she remembers just being there. How many times are we going to talk about a remote in your life? For me, it's a lot now that I've been on this live. But before this, it wasn't that many times, I feel like. If I talk about ghosts, I more talk about the ones that I've seen rather than the ones that throw things.
I feel like if I experienced an event with my family like that, I think we'd bring it up from time to time. Might be a family story we tell.
I guess. We also, like, in that house experienced other things. Like, my sister, she talked about how her TV, but they're all electrical issues. It's lights going off, doors aren't electrical, but doors closing, TVs being fucked with. I don't know. That stuff has always just happened to us. So I don't know why, and I don't know why we didn't record it more, I guess. Maybe we should start recording it if it happens more.
C is asking, are there no escalation in details when recounted?
I guess you would probably be able to tell more because you've heard it enough, but I don't think so. If anything, I think I question the details each time more and more. I guess if I'm asked more details, I remember more things about, like, the room.
Do you know that? Are you certain that you are remembering those things and not constructing them?
Which things in particular?
Any?
I mean, I know the room. I know the remote was there. I know I saw it raise and get thrown. I know my father and my sister were there somewhere in the house. I thought it was a different place. But I'm surely constructing part of it.
I remember being taken to a haunted house at a very young age. I remember being scared of the swamp thing. I don't know if you know what swamp thing is, but there was a swamp thing there, and I remember being scared of it. And I remember leaving. I could add details. I could go in and remember my babysitter being the one taking me to an office building where this haunted house was, but maybe it wasn't an office building. Maybe it was a fire station, or maybe it was a meat packing plant, or maybe it was, I could change the details right now, just trying to remember it. Do you think that's possible that your memory is doing that too?
I mean, with some parts of it, for sure, but I don't think so, truly. I think most of the memory that I share is the parts that I remember. Like where it was and how it happened.
What if it was Jason and it wasn't Swamp Thing at all? What if there wasn't a haunted house, but I watched a scary movie over the shoulder of my babysitter and everything else is constructed?
I guess.
Could you have seen a scene in a movie?
I don't think so. I mean, I have before, I'm sure, but it's a memory that I have with other people. I guess we could have watched the same movie if it is a movie, but I remember it as a memory. So.
Sorry, I just read C's comment too. What if you're not a talking skeleton trying to debunk a paranormal possibility? I don't know that debunk is what I'm doing, but I'm definitely trying to question it. Trying to call it into question. Is it necessarily paranormal?
I don't know. I mean, I feel witnessing it, it felt paranormal. It felt like something
Witnessing it.
The realm of normal. Yeah, paranormal.
How do you know that you witnessed it the way that you remember?
I don't know if I exactly did, but I know I witnessed it. Does it have to be exactly how I remember to be paranormal? Probably. I don't know. Z. I can't with Z in the comments.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to witness your own surgery. We've had a number of requests, just not apparate on panel. I've accepted many of them as they've come up, and they just don't appear. Like
I
they're
love that. They're ghosts? Like they're ghosts? Were you about to say like they're ghosts?
Phantoms. Poltergeists.
Poltergeists are the best.
But they're not interacting. They're not throwing remotes.
Well, you don't have a remote to throw. How could they?
So, in a world where ghosts exist, there's a 7-year-old Hazel sitting on the stairs to the kitchen, behind the couch in the living room, sees a remote pick up. Some ghost is standing there, lifting a remote, watching, hoping that you see it, that someone sees it.
I have no idea why. The why has no idea.
And then it throws it against the wall.
Mm-hmm. What if they just didn't like the show or something?
Who's they?
The ghost.
Why would it be a ghost?
What else would it be?
Why would it be a ghost?
Why would it be a ghost? Because there was movement that
a thing happened.
Seemed, yeah, because a thing happened.
Mm-hmm. And 7-year-old Hazel saw a thing happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it must have been a ghost.
Mm-hmm. I trust her. She seems pretty chill.
Not very imaginative.
Well, she did have an imagination. But there were other people that witnessed. Well, I would have to question them if they witnessed it. The same way that I witnessed it. But they remember it.
What do they remember?
I'd have to ask them.
When you ask your sister about the time the remote flew against the wall, is that what you asked her? Like, how did you ask her?
Probably like that. Like, do you remember one of the times that ghost, how do I phrase it? Yeah, like, do you remember when the remote got thrown against the wall? I think is how I would phrase it.
And so you're asking her if she remembers an event based on that action, the remote going against the wall. So then now she's going to remember an event that she witnessed. Or say
Maybe.
she witnessed. Try to remember some event she saw. But you remember her being upstairs. So what if she's thinking of a totally different day? A totally different thing?
Maybe. Or she could be constructing the belief based off of a previous time I've told her. Or my question.
So then is she a reliable witness?
Am I? I don't know. And is she? I don't know. Are 7-year-olds reliable witnesses normally? But it's my experience. So, is it a reliable experience for myself? Sometimes. Yes. But I question it.
Could the remote have been live?
That's why I laughed. I love my most boring ghost experiences are the ones we talk about the most.
Is this is your most boring ghost experience?
I feel like it's one of them. But
what would you say is your least boring ghost experience?
My least boring ghost experience. Least boring is probably the apartment with seeing the people. And the tapping.
Apartment.
Yes. The tapping on the window.
Oh, I see.
And the closing of my bedroom door constantly. There's no lights flickering because there was no lights in the ceiling, so it wasn't an electrical issue. Also, there's like a third floor where there's nobody living up there, and at night I would hear like furniture moving.
Why do you assume it was furniture moving?
Because it was heavy and it sounded like a couch. It's a lot of.
Did you ever investigate?
No, because I almost did. But then they moved. After there was footprints that came out of the door to the third floor. I assume.
Was it like dusty?
Yeah, it was dusty footprints. But they like came out from the third floor. After that had happened, they put like a washer.
They put a washer. What do you mean?
Like an appliance. They put an appliance in front of the door so that people wouldn't go up there.
So, while you lived there, you heard noises upstairs where nobody lived. And then, before you could investigate, somebody put an appliance in front of the door to prevent people from going in there. Implying that people were going in there.
They were child footprints. So maybe it was a child.
Child footprints, but could people have been using the apartment for parties, for gatherings, for, off the books things?
I mean, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility, but I feel like it'd be louder than that. Like if it was a party, I would hear voices.
Right, small gatherings, people sneaking into places they shouldn't.
And the door was right next to my apartment, so I would have heard them go up. I probably would have heard them go upstairs before hearing the noises.
Unless they were being sneaky on the way up and less sneaky inside.
Maybe. That's
Would
possible.
Would that not be more explicable than
ghosts? I think equally possible.
It's equally possible.
It's equally possible, I think.
How did you find the existence of ghosts to make it equally possible to the existence of squatters?
People. Repeated prior experiences and the specific
prior experiences like remote controls flying that 7-year-olds can't be sure happen.
Well, not exactly. It was more the prior experience of seeing the woman hanging outside the window when I moved into the apartment.
You saw a woman hanging outside the window?
Yes.
How certain are you that you saw a woman hanging outside the window?
Very.
When you say you saw her hanging outside the window, what do you mean by that?
Like by a specifically tied knot.
Just up against the window on the outside of it?
No.
Or like far off?
There was like, I don't know how to describe it. It's all of the windows in the apartment faced a brick wall, and it was like a inverted, so there was a space in between the buildings, and she was in the middle in between that space, and my window was facing it. Yes.
How far from the window to the brick wall?
How far from the window? I don't know. There's not that much space. The space is probably like 6 feet, and she was in the middle, so 2.5-ish.
What was she wearing?
A white dress, like every stereotypical experience, unfortunately. I know.
How do you know that what you witnessed was real, was there?
I don't.
Did you go closer? Did you try to look at it? You saw it outside of your window. How long was it there?
Not for very long at that point, but she came around again and again.
She came around again and again.
Not always hanging.
When you saw her outside your window, hanging, what was your first reaction?
What the fuck?
Right, did you like look closer? Did you examine what you were looking at?
I went up to the window.
So you walked closer.
Like I remember looking out the window and like.
Did she look physically there?
I mean.
Could you see what the rope was tied to?
No. I didn't get that close.
How long was the rope?
I don't know. She was a bit higher than me, and I was on the second floor. So, I don't know.
Did she stay there as you examined?
I eventually turned away, I think. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, it was the daytime, Z. Sorry to answer the comment.
No, it's a good question. I was going to read it out loud if you didn't. You're saying that you saw a hanging woman outside a window, but in a 5-foot gap between buildings. And that you didn't see what the rope was secured to, that you looked away eventually, but you're not sure. When you looked away, was it still there when you looked back?
I don't think so. Not that time.
How old were you?
Like 19, 20. I think I was 20.
How did you rule out a hallucination?
I don't think I can. I think that's one of the possibilities as well.
Or daydreaming?
Yeah. Or stress. Who's not stressed at 20? But it definitely feels like a ghost.
What does that mean? Feels like a ghost. What does a ghost feel like?
When it's outside of yourself, it doesn't feel like you were creating it, like a hallucination. But I don't know.
Outside of yourself, what do you mean?
Like, it's not something I necessarily would have come up with now that Blake has gone consciously, but
What does consciously mean?
making like an active choice in that instance. awake consciously. I don't know. But like, yeah, I don't know.
I think there's a song for that.
Thank goodness. I wonder if it's a believer. Also, after this song.
Right. If there is anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Just want to know if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, well then we might have a few questions for you. But let's make sure we keep tapping that screen, and don't forget to share out the live if you haven't already. Hit the bent little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen. You can add to your story, repost, or just copy the link a bunch, and I bet all that'll help get us out to the algorithm a little bit more.
Sit with me in the dark a while. No answers tucked in a neat little row. The stars don't worry if they're in line. Maybe it's okay that we don't know. The world is a question with no last page. A river that laughs as it bends and flows. We can watch it ripple, we can dip our hands and still be alive in the not knowing glow. Don't clutch the edges of truth too tight. It might crumble like sand in your palm. There's freedom in wandering, freedom in doubt, a quiet kind of peace in the calm. So let the shadows linger a while, let your questions dance, let them grow. The night whispers softly, it's okay, it's okay. walk in, scuff shoes, stiff jaw. They got clipboards, cold eye, writing down every flaw. Skeleton man on a tall wood chair, bones crossed like stay your case. I can feel every stare in the room like spotlights on my face. He say, you sure that you know what you think you know? Or you just wearing what your daddy wore? I take breath, feel truth, hit my ribs, let the silence count to 4. If I believe it, I'ma believe it when I speak. Stand up to the panel, let them pick it every piece. Question every question till the doubt falls through. Skeleton man, I'm looking dead at you. If I believe it, I'ma hold it in the fire. If it burns, it was just another choir. But if it stands strong when you tear it into, skeleton man, I'm still standing with the truth. They say, who taught you that? What book, what screen, what preacher, what teacher, what mean? In between I say, look, I've been wrong, I've been loud, I've been blind, but I stayed in the ring till I changed my mind. Every doubt like a drum in my chest, ooh. Every fear like sweat on my neck. But I lean on the things I recheck myself, not the ones that I keep to impress. Skeleton on me with the ink stained hands, those shade, those stats again, I throw back. Why? Right after win, turn the whole trial into my best friend. If I believe it, I'ma plead it when I speak. Stand up to the panel, let them pick at every piece. Question every question till the doubt falls through. Skeleton man, I'm looking dead at you. If I believe it, I'ma hold it in the fire. If it burns up, it's just another choir. But if it stands strong when you tear it into, skeleton man, I'm still standing with the truth. Ask me again. I'm not afraid. If it cracks in my hands, let it break, let it fade. But if it stays, when you strip it to the frame, then my faith ain't a costume. It's the marrow in my name. Yeah. If I believe it, I'ma bleed it when I speak. Stand up to the panel, let them pick at every piece. Question every question till the doubt falls through. Skeleton man, I'm looking dead at you. If I believe it, I'ma hold it in the fire. If it burns up, was just another choir. But if it stays strong when you tear it into, skeleton man, I'm still standing with the truth.
Welcome. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God or gods? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your gods. But there is always room for one more in the shed. You sell me velvet skies, cheap halos on a string. Say just be good, don't ask, and faith explains everything. But I've seen saints in alleys, knees torn through their jeans, praying into bottled glass while quiet questions gleam. Paper gods and matchstick heavens folded tall, then kiss with flame. You say don't touch, just trust the story, but all your thunder sounds the same. I want dirt beneath my fingers, I want stars that don't need thrones. If there's wonder, I will find it among the questions and the bones.
promise perfect endings if I choke down what you claim. Gold streets in the distance if I walk here about in shame, yeah. But I've heard truth in whispers on lips that dare to doubt. Candles flicker sideways when the quiet mind steps out. Paper gods and matchstick heavens, folded tall and kissed with flame. You say don't touch, just trust the story, but all your thunder sounds the same. I want dirt beneath my fingers, I want stars that don't need thrones. If there's wonder, I will find it among the questions and the bones. Lay your crown on the table, let it rust in the wine. Tell me what you really know, not the script, just your own spine. Is your kingdom so fragile that a thought could bring it down? If your light fears my lantern, I will walk my way through town. Paper gods and matchstick heavens, folded tall and kissed with flame. You say don't touch, just trust the story, but all your thunder sounds the same. I want dirt beneath my fingers, I want stars that don't need thrones. If there's wonder, I will find it among the questions and the bones. Among the bones.
What was that there?
What was what?
Oh, I don't know, just a little birdie or something.
Oh, a bird. Are bats birds now?
Was it a bat? I don't know. You were acting like you didn't know what it was, so.
I mean, if you saw anything on camera here, it's either me or, you know, him.
Is he Beetlejuice? Can you not say his name?
I don't know. I think if you say his name too many times, you might invoke him.
Oh, that's not the goal ever. To invoke gratitude? Never.
It was one.
Is it the same? Is it 3? Do I get 3?
I don't know if that's quite how it works, but maybe.
Memory normally comes up when there's silly believers that can't question their beliefs.
It's really been a while since he's done that.
If you'd like to get yelled at by a puppet with a stick butt, come on up.
I think you're trying to anger him now.
Well, Batitude, if he's angry at me, I guess we just can't have that. I think Batitude's more angry at the not believers that aren't requesting up. That's what Batitude's more at. Or my silly goose.
I think you're doing it on purpose now.
Never.
I think there's an appropriate response to that.
Oh. Cat will be so mad.
Wingtips, gold drip, little blue stitch in a long black fit. Got fangs, got change. Whole cave jumping when I step on stage. Question: am I bat or a baller? Hanging upside, but I still stand taller. Pocket full of fruit snacks, eyes on the dollar. Got footprints with a squeaky ground collar. Little claws on the phone trying to text my click like brr, brr. Even Siri get pissed. Gangster in a hoodie with a cape that swish. Pull up to the block, whole block like, what is this? Shadow on the wall, look tiny, I'm small, but I still talk big, yeah, I still walk tall. Echo in the alley when I laugh too long. Whole squad weird, but we still this strong. I got that attitude, tiny wings, big mood, hanging from the street light, thinking what would bats do? Question in my brain, is this fur, this suit? I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth, yeah, that attitude. Side eye, sharp tooth, talk slick, little list, still I'm running this roost. Ask who, ask why, still confused, still cute. I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Roll up on the block, got one on my gauge. Tryna act hard, but I squeak when I pray. Dear moon, why my voice sound funny this way? Whole hood laugh till they see how I sway. Got a grill on my fangs, little blood on use. Tryna sip slow, dripping all on my suit. Ask myself nightly, am I beast or brute? Then I tuck my wings and adjust my boots. Echo location in a one-way fight. Hear beats in the dark, see hate in the light. If they ever ask who you think you are, I say half cute critter, half cursed this star. I got that attitude, tiny wings, big mood, hanging from the street light, thinking what will bats do? Question in my brain, is it fur, this suit? I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth, yeah, that attitude. Side eye, sharp tooth, talk slick, little list, still I'm running this roost. That's who, ask why, still confused, still cute. I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth, yeah. Am I thug, am I pet, am I cursed, am I blessed? Every mirror that I check, just more questions, never less. Heart go click, brain go clack, little blue beast with a big old pack. Wing on my chest, word on my back, still flapping the night, still never off track. I got that attitude, tiny wings, big mood, hanging from the street light, thinking what will bats do? Question in my brain, is it fur, this suit? I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth, yeah, that attitude. Side eye, sharp tooth, talk slick, little list, still I'm running this roost. That's who, that's why, still confused, still cute. I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Yeah.
That's adorable. I'm so glad to be graced with Batitude's presence and his rap. Did he rap that?
No, I don't think. I don't think he sounds anything like that. That sound like a New Jersey accent to you?
Batitude's from New Jersey?
He says he is.
I did not know that. He doesn't come out as often, you know? Maybe that's a good thing. There's less drama.
I mean, if he's up here yelling at someone, then I think I've let things get way too far off the rails.
Exactly. There's less drama. Less need. We love Batitude, though. Great guy. Love you, Batitude.
But if only we had somebody to question who was, capable of questioning their belief. that he says blah, blah, blah.
I think he does. I think I've heard him say that.
But if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that and is curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here debating. We're not here arguing. We're not here looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. We really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
All burgling is unintentional. Believe me. And anything that gets burgled is complete with like some gods and some woo and some energy. They'll be fine.
And there's always plenty of room. It's not like it's crowded. All the gods and woo and energy, they take up exactly as much space as they always did.
A lot.
I wonder if there's any demons in the shed.
Are there? You would know. What is a demon?
That is a good question. What is a demon?
I wouldn't know. I think that isn't something I have ever really believed in.
Why not?
It seems like it's tied to the Christian belief, and that was something I never wanted to believe in. So there was never enough proof. Are you looking up to the sky for demons?
It's hard to tell, but I think it's raining.
We actually can't hear it, and that makes me sad. I like when we can hear it.
Yeah, it sounds different. Like it might just be beginning. I'm sure this is very entertaining.
We are very much entertaining right now. At 4 or 3 in the morning, whatever time you are at, wherever you are, is it time for you to believe in a god or a goddess? And can you question your belief? Request on up. I'll distract Thrayle from the rain. I think we can get to 100K like super soon though, because I've been waiting for that for a while, so that would be great.
Right, we were so close to being like right on track at like 1 a.m. And then 3 hours later, we're still. It's kind of weird. It's like the enthusiasm fell off a cliff.
It literally did. I think I was the enthusiasm and I jumped off a cliff, but it was awesome. I'll tap more while I'm here, as everybody should. Keep on tapping.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. We appreciate all the taps. 93,000 is still pretty good, but I don't know.
I don't know, Thrayle's nice. I wanted 100. Come on.
But when we get there, and I mean 81 shares is pretty good too. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's somebody out there with a belief who's curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. I think I know what we need.
Demons?
Demons. Demons solve everything. We need demons.
Okay.
Maybe this is how you summon them.
We'll see.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Are your beliefs feeling a little unexamined? You may be experiencing certainty without inspection. Common symptoms include avoiding questions, skipping curiosity, and sudden discomfort when ideas are turned around. Ask your inner thinker if questioning your beliefs might be right for you. The Batcolyte is a playful late-night gathering designed to help participants gently examine what they believe, and whether those beliefs can withstand a few friendly questions. Side effects may include increased curiosity, thoughtful pauses, unexpected perspectives, and occasional, that's interesting. This is not a debate arena, and no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore. If you think you might be able to question your own beliefs, request on up. The Batcolyte, where curiosity is always in session.
Welcome to the skeleton shed, where you may request unlock, where questions rise like lanterns and the shadows interrupt. No judgment in its ribcage, no calm within its frame, only bone deep wonder carried on a quiet flame. Quiet flame. It calls the believers in one God, or many in the night, the seekers of all powers or modern hidden light. It whispers through holds for those who chase wonders beyond mortal sight, or walk with the mystic through the veil of the night. It asks with no malice, no hunger to sway, only truth in the silence where illusions decay. A lantern of questions in a world dimly spun, inviting you inward, where all shadows become one. Where all shadows become one. Into the skeleton shed, where you may request or not, where questions rise like lanterns and the shadows interlock.
There was a name in the corner of my screen, used to light up like it meant something to me. Now it's just quiet where your voice used to stay, like a chair pulled back and you walked away. We were talking about truth, about gods, about pain, throwing questions like sparks in the rain. You said I'll be back, just gotta go. Yeah, I've heard that before, and I tell myself it's just how it goes. But it never gets easier letting go. This is what they do, folks. They fade out slow. One less voice in the echo, one less soul I know. This is what they do, folks. They slip away. Say they'll be back tomorrow, but tomorrow don't stay. And I keep talking a ghost, like you're still cross. Yeah, this is what they do, folks. I still see your words in the empty chat, like a shadow of a moment we can't get back. All those late night thoughts we used to chase, now it's just silence in their place. Was it something I said or didn't say? Or did the questions push you away? Or is this just how people go? Get too close, then let it go. And I try to laugh like it's all okay, but it hits a little harder every day. This is what they do to times. Maybe we're just passing through these lines, but it don't feel small when you disappear. Leaves a hole that still stays here. I take one more night, one more fight, one more you're wrong, just to feel it right. Yeah, I'd take it all if it meant you stay. If it meant you stay. You said you'd be back. You always say this is what they do, folks. They fade out slow, turn into a memory I don't wanna let go. This is what they do, folks. They slip away, leave you with the silence and the things you didn't say. And I keep talking again, hoping you're close. Yeah, this is what they do. Yeah, I'm still here. If you ever come back.
That song takes itself way too seriously. But I do.
It's so great.
It is, right?
Yeah, it's so funny.
Appreciate Heretical Apothecary for that one, and Anki Bubs for the one before it. And of course, Michael V for the segue. Hell yeah. Appreciate all you guys. Z says, was that Nickelback? I mean, I think it was meant to sound like it. I think, honestly, I don't know, maybe it's, I'd have to ask Heretical what the prompt was, but was it Dad Rock? This is what they do, folks.
That's what it seems like. But speaking of, this is what they do, folks. I definitely have to leave. Thank you so much for questioning me.
This is what they do.
This is
I
I love
appreciate
you
you,
all.
Hazel. Thank you
Appreciate
so
you.
much. It's been a pleasure. I hope you sleep well.
Thank you. You too, eventually.
Eventually. Big W's for Hazel, though. She did great. Questioned her ghost stories and was able to question what I think a lot of people wouldn't. And so I think that's huge. So thank you, Hazel. And now we can hear the rain. Or it just sounds like somebody moving furniture in the background, doesn't it? It sounds like rain on a tin roof. Well, that would be accurate, Z. I mean, not tin, but metal. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here for a debate. I'm not looking to argue or burgle your gods. I really, really am just here to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, well, then I might have a few questions for you. Did I get rid of the music entirely? Oops. Half a century old. Well, yeah, it is that old. And there it is. Hell yeah. Appreciate you guys for the 100,000 likes. You did do it. Hell yeah.
Oh. Well, hello?
Hello, well, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, we spoke, I think, maybe a week and a half ago. I'm an omnist, believing in all divinity.
What does divinity mean?
So, okay. The way I define divinity is anything ethereal to this plane.
What does ethereal mean?
Non-physical.
What is non-physical?
Not physically manifested inside this plane, in this plane of existence.
What does that mean?
Ghosts.
What is?
Maybe ghosts. Ones that.
What is a ghost?
Okay. Let me. No. I'm using that as a way to explain, not like what is a ghost. That's a totally different subject.
Well, you're saying ghosts are something non-physical. I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say non-physical.
No, I'm saying that there are non-physical beings outside of this plane of existence.
Outside of this plane of existence. What does that mean?
Outside of this plane of existence.
What do you mean outside?
So they don't physically manifest in the.
I guess I'm not understanding. They don't physically manifest in this plane, but they're outside of this plane. How does something exist outside of this plane? What is that?
Okay, think of it this way. The gods, they walk among us, but
what does that even mean?